right, if you're tuning in, this is Fruit Ninja. You might ask yourself, who is Fruit Ninja? Well, I'm about to tell you. I am a person that is from the world Fruit Loops, and I just spawned into the Minecraft world. Now, in this journey, I think all of us are going to figure out who am I. Like, you know, this is one of my first videos, so hang in there. Okay, all right. So today, what's gonna happen is we're gonna look at this game called Go, and Razloz is gonna be teaching us how to do it. But let's see. I had some sort of script written somewhere. Okay. All right. So right now we're just waiting on. Well, obviously we're waiting on me. But let's go ahead and go through this while I figure out where I put my stuff. So it says, welcome, where's your Go skill level? Well, first of all, what is Go? Now that is taking some time. Okay, so let's go to the home page real quick. Oh, come on, it's not gonna let us go back. All right, I guess let's just learn. So we'll just learn it on the go. So new to Go. All right. All right, let's see. Hmm. Looks like we have to validate our email address. Okay, let's figure out to see if we can do that later. I don't want to do that right now. Right now, Razloz is online, so we're gonna say something to Razloz. Let's see, chat will be enabled. Oh, well, I guess we're not gonna send a message right now. But we're gonna challenge him. We're gonna say, "Teach me." Let's try to spell that correctly. Teach me. All right. Okay, so it looks like this is a Japanese game, all right, based on the rules are Japanese. There's also in different other languages. Correspondence. Let's see. I guess we're just gonna go with the basic levels. All right. So while Razloz gets his coffee, we'll just send a challenge, right? And then we wait. Okay, challenge has been set. No point in waiting. All right, let's see. Okay, so there it is. And why don't we, let's see, take a look at this. How does this go? We'll do that later. Alright, so if you see here, the rating is already 10K. So we're just going to play with a player that's already 10K. And this is what I said, or I suggested, is don't go easy on me. Alright, let's look at the game history. These are ranked and unranked.
Let's do an unranked. Here, I'll send you a thing.
No, that's fine. I was looking at your game history. All right, you tell me. All right, so do I hit play? All right. Did the audio cut off? No, it's still okay. I guess it's really wanting me to verify this, so let me verify this. All right. I guess while it's going online here to verify my email. All right. What do you need me to do? Is it play? Right.
Challenge received.
Challenge received. I accept your challenge. All right.
Game started.
All right. Game started. Okay. Game started. Where's the game? Oh, here it is. All right. So,
And each stone has to.
all right. Let me figure out. Let me get my bearings here. Where are the?
So you go first.
Okay, I go first, and do I just do? Okay, I see. And I can place anywhere. It's okay. So,
Line
oh wait, I gotta submit move.
should be
Okay,
kept low or whatever. But
I can.
yeah.
All right.
All right. So if you look at this, right, you there's four lines coming out of it,
Yeah.
four intersections.
Mhm.
Like
I see it. It looks like a diamond, or I'm sorry, a quadrilateral triangle.
took away one of your hit points.
Okay. All right, we're figuring this out as we go.
And go is uh, a stone or a group of stones
think you cut off. So you said it was something about some stones.
Cutting out?
I hear you now. All right, let's see.
And is it still breaking up?
It cuts off every so often.
So I was saying how stones have liberties.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to up my internet.
Either of it, it'll have only one left. It's lagging.
No, the audio it cuts off, so it's kind of like you're like, all right, here I'm gonna tell you the story, blah blah blah, and then pauses. You don't hear anything, and then you're like laughing because the joke was funny, but I didn't hear nothing. uh, let's.
Maybe it's because you're streaming to Discord too.
Oh, you know what? If that's the case, then I'm gonna cut that. I'm gonna cut that short.
Did I cut out again?
Yeah, I'm gonna exit that the Discord one.
Seeing if, well, like,
Oh no, and then I can't see. No, that's fine.
yeah.
I'm not too worried about it. Just leave it running. I can hear you just fine. Is that sometimes it cuts off. All right. What will he do? Hey, also point of reference. I've only seen about 10 seconds or 15 seconds of a video of somebody playing this, and I think you've played it before. I've watched you play a game or two, so that's about as much knowledge as I have on this game.
Right. Um, so to make you at least try cutting out the streams, seeing if that.
I think I can hear you now perfectly.
You can hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Try closing your Discord stream.
Here, let's see.
Okay. So your stone at sea.
Okay, how about now? Nope, we gotta fix audio again. Oh my god, I love it.
Testing, one, two,
Okay,
testing,
perfect.
testing.
Yep, it works. Okay, we're back in it. We back in it. All right. So back. You were
You good?
saying. Yep, you were saying that they're pebbles or rocks.
So yeah, so your stones have what they're called. liberties. Different ways to talk about them in different cultures. I think it's seeds, and then the seeds grow up, and instead of capturing groups, you eat them. Uh, Whereas in China, it's thought of as breath. So like my one white stone down here at F3,
Okay.
it has 4 liberties right now. So it has a lot of breathing room. Whereas your black stone right there,
On B.
9 liberties on the J5
Okay,
group
I see.
has 9 liberties now. So I would have to play 9 turns to capture that group.
Okay, I
Whereas
see.
your stone at 1 liberty. So my move is to cap. See, point. And now the eye, you can't play there, 0 liberties, and you'd be captured. So that's a place that's always going to be mine. And those are called eyes.
Okay.
And usually you need 2 of those to live, for your group to live. So like your big group of black stones right here, that group of 5, it has no eyes yet. So it hasn't made any points, and it could also be captured still.
All
I
right.
don't know if that's making sense,
Yeah,
but
no. I'll show you with my moves. I understand it. Like I have to let that. I have to let that sink in. So let's see.
so try to surround 2 spaces, 2 separate spaces. Try to surround it in as few as moves as possible. Yeah, that's a good one. In Korea, they're called cities. So like we're both building or trying to build and develop
I
our
see.
now. And this is my neighborhood, and I'm saying like no, like this is my neighborhood.
It's like,
That's kind of how they talk about it. It's pretty funny, at least from what I've heard.
I mean, yeah. You moving into my territory, you gotta pay tax.
Yep. No, it's exactly like that too. I can see you're trying to get a little something up here on the top, right? But because you have weaknesses still, I'm going to make that very expensive for you. So there is going to be a cost to it.
Well, that's why it's important. I call reinforcements.
And it starts with things like this.
then you meet my buddy.
Now see with your group over there, my stone at H6, if you were to capture that, you would immediately have two eyes.
Ah,
But if I were to capture your stone,
now he's a higher rank. That means
you told me not to go easy on you though.
no. That's absolutely. I want you to go hard.
And see, when they have one liberty or one hit point like that, it's called being an Atari. You remember that old gaming console,
Mm-hmm.
Atari?
Yep.
Yep, that's where the name came from. The guy that for the so then at the end of the game, when both players pass, that's when you go to the counting phase
Okay.
and determine who won.
Pass.
Okay, that group almost had two eyes, but because the black stones below don't have another way to connect, those become what are called false eyes, because eventually they have to be filled in, which actually we should play it out so you can see. And see, like that is self-Atari. So you see how you only have one hit point?
Mm-hmm.
So that means I can play here
Oh,
and capture all of them.
you have turned the tides. All right, let's see.
Mm, mm. And see, this is another shape that comes up. So like you see, if you play at J3, that starts what's called a ko, where we both go back and forth capturing that stone over and over again until one of us gets a satisfactory outcome, which usually puts one player ahead of the other when that sort of stuff goes on. Like you might lose the fight, but you'll win something somewhere else, kind of thing.
Mm.
There's like a whole bunch of proverbs that go with the game too.
That each thing, each well, yeah, like so I'm saying, like each move is a sacrifice that you're making for the team. So I need to start.
Hmm. I killed everything though, so it's all dead. And this is what's called a snapback. So when you play there, it reduces you to 1, and then I can capture.
Huh.
Now you see how you can't play in those spaces? Those are eyes. A lot of times you'll have things like this too, where even if you extend one more time, you still only have 1. That kind of stuff comes into play on the bigger boards a lot. And so if you pass, and then pass,
What what do you mean passing?
there should be a button
Well, no, I mean if I pass, that
on the
means
right, I think.
you play an extra turn, right? I give up my turn. That means I don't move.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, correct. That's how you signal the end of the game, though. Like when you're out of moves, that's when you pass, and then typically the other person passes, and then you count the board. Right? You score the area. As- Go is a statistical analysis, or it's a marginal analysis with like technical statistics applied to it. So, like at the higher levels of play, you're constantly counting, you know, keeping track of the score, making moves that get you ahead just a little bit. Not a lot, but enough to win. Because it's not really how many pieces you capture, it's more the area that you control.
Well, that's it.
Pass.
Oh,
Remove the dead stones.
Let's see. In this phase, both players select and agree which groups should be considered captured and should be removed for the purposes of scoring. So I get to choose which ones are eliminated.
so at the end of the game, uh, both players will decide on who controls what. And if there's any dispute about it, the game resumes
Okay.
and you resolve the dispute until all territory is like absolutely.
Oh, long press it to remove it.
White wins.
So if I would have played like that, I would have white would have won. Right? That's basically what it's saying.
I was I was winning from turn. What move was that? Move six, I guess, is when I took the lead, which means turn or move four, and then your answer to move four was like
That's pretty good though. Like I think the next
and all
match
that.
I'll be more wary. Let's see.
Yeah, no, let's do another.
Yeah, let's do
Uh,
another.
it's like I was saying, you can get in
Okay, let's see.
philosophy of that, or you can just do what I did and
Challenge received.
Challenge received. Let's do this. Challenge set.
Game started.
All right, let's go to game.
On the smaller boards, usually the very center of the board is considered the best by some people. I like to play off 1 point. So like right here, I like that for my first move on this board, on the small board. The center is very strong too, though. Because see, immediately, if we just keep going this way, right? If I were to follow you, you would end up getting a huge area, right? Like that's too much. I can't allow that. So it forces me to make moves, things like this maybe. And one of the proverbs is, what was it? Don't go fishing when your house is on fire. Probably one of my favorite ones.
Don't go fishing when your house is on fire.
Yeah,
All right, let's see.
it's a good one.
That's like that little dog, that meme that he's just inside just drinking coffee, right? And
Mm-hmm.
everything's on fire and he's just
Yep.
like, this
Yep.
is fine.
Yeah.
I'm comfortable. Whatever.
Yeah, this is fine. Mm-hmm.
If it's gonna burn, as long as it doesn't ruin my coffee, it's fine. I don't care.
Yeah, they actually have a stuffed animal of that on the desk at NASA. They just keep it there.
Let's see.
Oh yeah, have you seen Fairy Tale, the anime?
I've seen I've seen about 100 episodes, and then I usually drop off where they do the quest for they want to destroy this book, and they spend all this trouble trying to get in there, and then they realize that the reason why they didn't want the book destroyed is because it was his father's work or something like that. And then usually by that time
Yeah, yeah,
I'm
the end book or
yeah
whatever.
I'm burnt out because I've watched so much. So then I take a break, and then usually
Mhm.
so much time will pass after that that I'll forget what happened, and then I rewatch it again. But I have to get back into it. I
But you're
think I've
familiar
seen,
though.
yeah, I've seen the part where I think there's like two twin brothers, or it's something like that. But I always tend to come back and like get burnt out watching it and then forget. Let's see.
You've seen most of the good parts. Uh, I did. I liked the whole thing though. It gets more fairy tale as it goes on, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So that's
It's good
basically
though.
what I
It's good
that's
stuff.
basically what I want to get out of make of the
Uh,
guild. It's the same concept. So what's gonna happen is there's gonna be like one or two of us, right? And we're gonna start off like that, and then people will come.
that's very along the lines of originally when I started this Pathfinder game, it was with that in mind, where it was going to be like a guild sort of thing.
Well, it's already started in the well, had we done the Ender fight yesterday, but I don't know if they did it or not. I never figured it out. I have to I have to go see.
Mm.
I'll have to go sign in later and find out if that's what they ended up doing, the end fight. But I was tired. I was like, it's too late. I was like, there's nothing keeping me awake. It doesn't matter. I'm just exhausted.
This is a very complicated mess we have here.
Yep. Someone's got to give.
Play like a because it's a whole different experience. And Go is one of the few games where the handicap is actually good. Like it's a good mechanic. Some games it's weird, but now that you kind of rules,
I'm getting the idea. I'm try. I'm on the defense.
but
Hmm.
ace. So like when you play directly attached to my stones and my groups, you're immediately at a disadvantage because like they only have two hit. You're already jumping into the fight. You have more health, more hit points.
Yeah, it's
You
kind
can
of
fight
like
longer.
I mean, would you gather? It's like getting slapped by yourself or somebody holding you. So if somebody holding you, you can take more hits.
Yep. A lot of the Western streamers and like Go players, uh, they'll talk about it kind of like almost like a fighting game.
Yeah, it's basically I slap you, right? And then you slap me. And I'm like, okay, can I take
Mm.
another slap? That's what I gotta ask myself. And then I slap you, and then you're like, can I take another slap? And you're like, okay, because if you slap me, I'm gonna slap you. Who can stay on the longest? It's the same thing as chicken. Who's gonna be the one to turn?
Yep.
And if you turn, guess what? I win. I mean, even if I killed myself, but the proof of point, I still won.
Oh yeah.
I died, but I won. I won the
No,
game.
dude, I've won games. Yeah, no, I've won games just because of that. Like both of us are just, playing moves because it's like, okay, we're all in on this. Like win or lose, going home with a lot of points. Where was it? They have kind of like poker salons or like bars or whatever, but for Go, where like people will go in there and like gamble on it.
Mm. And that's yeah.
Same with Mahjong.
Mahjong, I'm pretty good at that. I've played that one. I understand it, but it's like it's all
Yeah, I
about
like Mahjong.
that shit is all about oh wait, am I thinking about the same the right one? Is that the maybe is that the one where you throw dice? Or is that the one where you move pieces?
Mahjong's kind of like dominoes.
Okay, then
You connect things of the same.
I'm thinking about something else then. It's where you throw dice or you throw die,
Oh,
and then you have to. It's basically on how good you can roll. Like if you can somehow manage to learn how to roll, like right how to control the die, like control the die, then it's all about skill. But if you're gonna leave it to chance, then the game is much different. Let's see.
hmm, interesting.
It's kind of like Russian
For
roulette.
like from a game design standpoint.
I mean, it's Russian roulette, right? And this is I'm using Squid Games like as an example. So Squid
Mhm.
Games, right? Squid Games. When the guy starts playing, he starts explaining the odds to you, right? And when you think about the odds, right, you're like, oh, percentage. Oh, I'm gonna win, right? So if you go and then I think this was a conversation I was having with with somebody in my family. I was like, this is the conversation. I was like, if I tell you that you have three doors to pick from, right? But you have two chances to pick a door. What is your percentage of success? Like, and obviously, you will do the equation. There's an equation, right? Where
Right.
you will say 2 out of 3, right? So there's two thirds. I think it's the equation, right? That's just simple. I guess simple math. So 2/3, and then I think
See, I
it's
studied statistics though.
yeah. I think, but I think that's 2 divided by 3, and then it's like 0.66, right, or something like that. 66%, right? So that means that you have 66% of a chance to winning, right? So obviously the first game is gonna be easy. Now the second game, right? If, for example, say you roll the dice once and you got the number that you need, right, and you don't need to roll again, you can say, "Ha, I got my prize," right? But if you say, I don't like my odds, I'm gonna roll again, right? That means you have another chance to either get a better die, or you lose, right? You have another chance. So most people will choose that. But if you decrease the odds, right? Now if I tell you, okay, you have to throw the die one time, and whatever you get, that means that now you have a 33% chance of winning, which means that now you reverse all, work. What is it? Reverse the odds, right? Which, if you knew that you only have 33%, you're like, something would have to motivate me in order for me to know, like, okay, I will wage that risk. And I was like, for example, I know how to twist the die, so at the end of it, it turns, right? Maybe that's what I'm gonna bank it on, right? Chance. And guess what? And then I throw it, and it lands wrong, right? And I lose, right?
Hmm.
So at that point, you're like, I shouldn't have done this, right? But if a person says, "Oh, here, I'm gonna give you another chance, roll again," would you play? Having that knowledge, you would probably say, "No, I'm not going to play because my odds of losing are just too, or my odds of losing are too great, right?" So I will choose to not play, and then refrain yourself
Yeah,
from doing that. But when it comes to Squid Games, people didn't have,
it kind of depends on the person
yeah,
too, though.
yeah. But this so if if a person that is wealthy, it is asked, like, right, if I walk up to you and I say, "Hey, how much? What's the price for me to slap you in the face without no consequences?" Right? What would you say to a person? How much would they have to pay you to slap you in the face without no consequences? And we're talking about a slap, a respectful slap, right? That at the end of the day, that slap that you just made is no hard feelings, right? It's just respectful. Two people agree that we're gonna slap each other, and at the end of the day, so it's not to do harm or anything like that. How much would you? How much money?
That depends on the person, right?
Yeah, it depends on the person. So it's like, name your price, right? I was talking to my kid, and I said to my kid, I said, "Would you eat this rotten banana?" And my kid was like, "Nah." And I was like, "Okay, well, if I throw in some gum?" She thought about it. She was like, I don't know. I like gum." And I was like, "All right, how about two pieces of
Sound,
gum?"
uh,
I was like, "How
sound a
about
little
two
better.
pieces? How about 2 pieces of gum?" She's like, I don't know. I could probably do it for 2 pieces of gum, right? So it's like, you got to think about it like that. Each person in their mind will think that, right, based on their decision, like, that one thing for another is worth it. So it's like, basically, what do you say, what do you call it, if the risk is worth the, there's a saying, is it worth it, to risk it for the biscuit, or something
Risk
like that?
versus reward.
Yeah, risk it for the biscuit, or something like that. I've heard somebody say that before.
Risk versus reward. Oh, risk it for the biscuit. Yeah,
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 he's
yeah,
like,
yeah.
"You got to risk it for the biscuit," and he's like, "Yeah, but
Yeah, that's the saying.
what if
Yeah.
thing goes wrong?" And I was
Hmm.
like, "Well, dude, I don't know. I didn't think about. I was like, I didn't think about that something was gonna wrong. I risked it all, right?" That's why I tell everybody. I was like, it's about experiences that you've had in your life, right? You have experiences in your life. There's peak, and then, music. The music is always in this, but it's like peace. Think about how many people have you met in your lifetime? Like, give me Give me a thumbs up. Like I say, more than 100, less than 100.
Oh, yeah, thumbs up all the way
Yeah,
up.
thumbs up, right? So more than 100, right? How many of those faces do you remember? And
Mm.
you can probably, I can probably say catalog them, right? And if I show you pictures of all these people, you'll be like, oh, I know this person, which it's a yearbook, right? You're like, oh, but there was this one person that probably sat next to you in class, and you're like, man, I didn't even know this person existed, right? But they know you, right? Or for whatever reason, right? And I've encountered
Yeah.
that in life where I'm in a complete like the world is small. I'm in a completely different place, and I've met people either through work, either through school, right? They all have different experiences, and it's just it's crazy, that you start out in
Live.
one spot and then you see them and you're like, man, this person either changed, but richer for the experience. It's crazy. Let's see. Bring the union together.
And
Let's
that's how it goes, right?
Yeah, I had a buddy that I would ask. It was a buddy that I went into the military with, and I would say, hey, um, I was like, why don't you call no more, or and he's like, people just they get into so much things into their life, they just kind of forget, and then you gotta have to think about that is like, does this person add value to my life, right? That's the question that basically you have to ask
Oh,
yourself.
yeah.
Yep. Does this person add value to my life? It's not that they're not important. I was like, but if you have people in your life that just keep like dragging you down, right? And you know, and this is how you can apply it to however you want, right? Financially, right? Emotionally, you gotta basically
Right.
work for yourself, right? Build yourself up, right? So that way you're able
I've
to
been
deal
through a
with.
lot of things in my life, you
Yeah.
know. At one point, I was really getting deep into sales, right? And so I would listen to motivational speakers and public speakers and sales professionals and uh, all kinds of different content like that every day, like for hours every day. So like everything that uh, Zig Ziglar has made, Earl Nightingale, Jim Rohn, Tony Robbins, Tom Hopkins, like all the people. I've
And
listened to all their stuff,
that's just to mention a
so
few, right?
and a lot of it is what. Yeah, that's just a few of them. Those are the big ones. Those are
Oh, don't tell me you cut off. Let's see, did I lose you? Right. Well, the great part about it is too is that we can always come back and review um, the audios and be able to always refer back to all the people that you're talking about and get a list going. Because I'm most of those names. There's some names that I've heard, but there's some other names that I'm not too familiar with. And it's funny that it reminds me of a story that I'll probably have to sit back down and just kind of so I'm recounting appropriately. But I was in Australia and I was sitting there right where they call. I think it was the. I'm not sure what they called the chow hall, but they had a bar right next to it, right? And they'd call it the boozer, right? It was weird, but I was able to sit there, and you sit there, right, you eat your food, you open up a beer with a person that you never met before, right? And you get to share all these experiences, and they tell you about history, right? About all these things that happen, and you're like, man, I've never heard that before. I was like, when did this happen? I was like, yo, this happened this time, and you're like, wow, I've never heard this, but I'll think long and hard, and I'll try to see if I can come up, with some pictures or something like that.
Right. Yeah.
But anyway, since you cut off, you're back. Continue what you were saying.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yeah. So there was a quote that I really liked. I think it was, "You have to remain vigilant to the gates of the garden of your mind." And basically, what it means is, uh, like, if you think of your thoughts and your mind as a garden, right? What you put into it and you tend to and you grow and you nurture uh, becomes strong, right? So if you plant something good in there, like some good fruit or something like that, or some vegetables, uh, and you tend to it, you're going to have a good harvest and you're going to have a good reward for the work that you put into it. And that applies to like the thoughts and stuff that you go through. Like you can put yourself in just turmoil going through thinking like negative thoughts and like the bad thoughts and stuff, right? And those are like the weeds that get in there, and they'll eat up all the good crop. So you gotta stay vigilant at those gates. You can't be letting a bunch of weeds and like rabbits and shit get in there eating up all your carrots. You want to eat those carrots.
There's actually
It
a
was a
thing I
really good.
was. There's actually one thing therapist had mentioned, but before I cut you, I think I cut you off. So I'll let you finish what you were saying.
3 hour or whatever that the dude gave. That was just a really good quote from it. Like one really good part that, because he was talking, and then he went on to talk about like the seasons of, and how we start off in we go through the seasons. We'll have like the springtime where we're like growing up and it's new life and full of energy and stuff, and then the summer comes along and that's where we're kind of hitting the settling down phase and like building a family and planting seeds to grow. And then you have the autumn where you start like reaping the rewards of some of that stuff, and then that prepares you for the end times, the winter of your life, the final bit there. Food and stuff to get you through. It was a really good kind of lecture thing that the dude gave. There's a lot of shit like that that I
No,
listened to.
no, yeah,
It
and
was good.
I'm trying to think of something that my therapist said, and it had to do with it's what like what you're saying, but she explained it different. It's kind of like, think about it, like if your life was a pool, right? And you can choose whatever item you want, but she chose beach balls, right? Think about beach balls, all sorts of beach balls, right?
Right.
You got some ones that are all crumpled up, right? Because they've seen better days. You got ones that are brand new, ones that are heavy, ones, right. So you get to label these in your mind and like what each ball is, right? And it can either be joy, it could be trauma, right? It's something that you remember, right? All these, so your pool gets start to get full, right? And at the end, right, at the end of the day, it's kind of like, if you
Right.
think about your mind, is this pool, right? What's inside the pool, right? So you have stress, you have good days, bad days, right? And then all that piles up. But at the end of the day, you got to go through that pool and you got to start clearing some things out because guess what? Tomorrow's there's not going to be space for anything. And when
Yep.
the pool gets full, that's when you start to go into panic mode, right? And then you start to try to deal with things that and your pool gets full, your pool gets full. Yeah, your pool gets full, and then it just gets overwhelming, right? So then you're just sitting there at the edge of the pool, and you're just like, do I continue? What do I do, right? But and that's the point of
Yeah.
of where the therapy came in, is where you right every day you go and you look at one or two balls, right? And you're like, that's easy. I just gotta go take care of this, right? You go out there, you do it, right? You take care of this, right? And then on the corner of your eye, you see that other ball, right? That one that you're like, I got to do that, but I don't have the time for that right now. So let me just keep working on these other ones, these easier ones, right? I'll
See,
just
that's where
work.
I struggle though.
Yep. It's hard, but
Like I'll
I think that's why when you
well, like
talk
once I
about
start
streaming,
something,
yeah,
it's
no,
hard to.
streaming. When you talk about streaming, when you talk about doing things like that's like you do the buddy system, man. You get together, you have a little buddy and keep yourself in check, right? You're like, hey, how you doing? You doing all right? And I was like, oh, guess what? Life does suck. It's like, oh yeah, life is horrible. I got I got stories about
No, it's like I was
how
saying, I've been through things, man.
yeah, I got stories about how I woke like I wake up in the morning to wash bottles. I think I've made it into a song, or if I haven't done that yet, I'll probably be working on that. Coming soon.
Did I tell you that one time I went to work just completely hammered? Like I was just trashed. I drank about a liter of whiskey and then walked to work. Did I tell you that story?
I don't think you did. No, go ahead.
So basically, I was drinking heavy back then. Like uh, I would go through maybe 3 liters of 151 proof bourbon
Oh God.
every single day.
Oh, so you
Um,
had a high tolerance.
yeah, like extremely high. But so I had a night of drinking like that, and then I had to be at work in the morning. So when I woke up, rather than be hungover, I drank like a liter of whiskey and like started walking to work. And it was like 2 or 3 miles away or something like that. I forget. It was a walk though, so I figured I'd sober up on the way there or
So
whatever.
you,
But
yeah, you probably sobered
I
up.
ended up passing out
Oh God.
uh, in someone's driveway, uh, and I came to, and I was speaking fluent Spanish, and because they spoke Spanish, and like they were telling me how surprised they were that like I'm able to like speak Spanish and stuff, and like I was telling them like in Spanish, mind you, that like I don't know how to speak Spanish. I don't know what you're talking about. Like I was drunk, like, uh, and somehow I knew Spanish. I don't know, like I don't speak Spanish, so um, but I ended up they gave me a ride to work. Like they drove me to work, uh, and I went and I took a nap under my boss's desk. Like I curled up under his desk in his office and like took a nap for however long until my shift started because I got there early. Um, it was wild, dude.
That.
And that was like a Tuesday for me back then.
Yeah, I've always heard like people always ask like, oh, I always hear those stories about how people used to drink or smoke a lot. I've been doing it for so many years that your body just gets used to it, right? You create that tolerance.
Oh yeah.
I think I started drinking. I think at the in Japan. I think at the age of in Japan, the legal drinking age in Japan was 20, and I
Yeah.
remember that was the first. and last time that I actually threw a birthday in the Marine Corps because I drank so much I didn't know, right? Like like there's a warning obviously on the bottle, but like you don't you, that it doesn't equate to you if this this is because it's something that looks like apple juice or something like that, right? And you're like, it's a little bit. But I
I
drank
know.
so much at that
Yeah.
young early age that I was like I still remember it to this day, and I can't drink. What's that drink called?
Was it
JD Jack Daniels. I can't drink it. It just
soju, right?
no Jack Daniels.
Soju? What was it
Soju
called?
is the I think
Oh,
the
Jack Daniels. Yeah.
yeah Jack Daniels is the bottle that they had at the time. And I they had it and they were like we can drink this, right? And I drank a little bit and I was out of it, and I remember I was sick. That's one of the things is I remember I was sick, and it was one of those moments just like in the movies. Oh my god, I'm never drinking again, right? But yep,
Yeah.
oh wait, it's crazy.
And I've quit a couple times throughout the years, but
Yeah, I
this
can.
time I've been sober for like maybe 10 years.
That's good. I drink like maybe every so often, like like every blue moon, like I'll sample a wine or something like that, right? Go to Costco, right? Somebody's coming, you have yourself like a little
Hmm.
event, a little bit of wine, but I'm my those days are over. I'm
Yeah, see,
old.
I'm finally at a point where I can do that.
I'm old.
Oh yeah.
My body can't take it.
Yep.
It's like I'm gonna drink one beer. Body's like, what?
No, it's rough.
Says who? Nope. That ain't happening. I was like, oh, you thought you were gonna drink a beer? No, what you're gonna do is you're gonna go to bed. You're gonna drink a little bit. You're gonna take a sip, and then your body's going to bed. That's it. Uh,
I think it comes a time where you got to switch to light beer or whatever.
yeah. I used to. I think it was like I used to drink Heineken back in the day. Right, but Heineken, it was always like thicker. I don't know. For some reason, it was like thicker
All
beer.
right,
You have won.
let's get in another one.
Challenge
This
received.
What? I won?
Oh yeah, I resigned.
Oh.
Uh, they're unranked, so we can just jump into the
Okay,
next one.
perfect. Yeah. All right. So send the. It's like you have won. All right. Is this the challenge?
Game started.
Yep, I sent you a challenge.
All right. Perfect.
And I liked Heineken. I was always a big fan of Guinness.
There's this.
That same boss that like I slept under his desk, he ended up when I left, he bought me like I think it was well over $100 worth of Guinness. Like we just sat there and drank all night, like me and him. Uh, it was cool.
Irish car bombs. Have you heard of that drink?
Oh yeah, no, I used to love those.
Is that made from the same like Guinness? Is that the one?
Yeah,
I'm thinking. Okay, yeah. So the
yeah,
way they
that's
would
Guinness with Bailey's.
yeah. So the way they would set it up is like they tilt the bottle, right, and then somebody would have to like tap it, and then
Undo requested. Undo granted.
somebody went, and then
Forgot.
they would tap
Uh,
the bottle, and then the bottles would go right in order, and then fall into the thing,
Pass.
and then it's just like you're like supposed to drink it, like you drop it in, it clinks, and then you take it back.
yeah, 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 yeah.
I've that's one of the drinks that they had back in the day, and I was like, man, y'all drink? I was like, y'all drink way too much. That's crazy. And he's like, but that they always used to say like Marines were born in what is it? Marines were born in a pub, and I was like, okay, cool, but the world ain't a pub. I was like,
It-
we got work to do. Come on.
Man, there was one day they had those for like $1.
Pass.
And man, I drank so many of them. I'm giving you probably what, 5 extra moves? So in handicap games,
Pass.
depending on the rank, uh, you would give the other person a bunch of free stones or free moves.
Oh, I see.
Pass.
Okay, so see, now you have 5 free moves, and so now it's my turn. So something like this. And this way it makes it a little more even. Like it gives you a chance to win.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
I might not be able to.
No, this would be making it hard for you, but it's easy to lose it if you
Mm,
don't understand what you're doing. So
yeah.
the point is to capture all of yours while also expanding.
Well, so the goal of the game is to have one more point than your opponent at the end of the game. You
Also,
only
it's
need one
captures.
point to win.
It's captures then.
Not even captures, it's area. So, like where I played my first move, that's directly in those 9 or 10 points right there that you were
Oh,
trying to get. And so, if you were to get that uh, without me contesting it at all, that's fairly efficient. You played 5 moves and you got 10 points plus the corners, so probably 15 points for 5 moves. That's pretty good. That's like 3 points per move that you made. Um, and that's without any captures. That's just the area that you've surrounded.
yeah. It's because I'm looking at a. When I look at it, I look at a quadrilateral triangle. So I'm
Mm.
making that shape. It looks so basically. If you think about it, like, look, if I make an X right here of all the of let's see,
There was an old, uh, maybe 800 years ago, I think, in China. There was like a manuscript or something they found, um, or something like that.
this
I
is
could be
recent.
getting it mixed up.
No, that's fine.
It was like 800 years ago,
800
maybe.
years ago. Okay.
Uh, but the dude basically talked about the game as kind of like water. Like, you see how my 2 stones just moved down in that direction, from 7 to 6.
Ah, yeah.
So he talked about that kind of like a river and how each of these intersections is like an empty bit of river that hasn't been filled up yet. And the stones are like the water that's flowing through. And you want to set up your rivers and your lakes to have more area than the other person or whatever.
So right now I'm blocking your water flow, but you were able to
Mm.
get right. So you're, yeah. So that means that the water just broke through the brick.
Yep, it
And I'm
broke
trying
through.
to, yeah, because I'm trying to contain the water that's spilling. So look, if I try to play here, right, it's kind of like you're one step ahead, but you see, the water will still pour down. Yeah, so I'm trying to contain your block. I mean, I say blocks, but
And see, this wasn't very good for me. This isn't a very good result because if you look at it, I only made 3 points, right? And look how many moves I had to make.
Yeah, but
Just to make those three. It's a lot of effort that
I
went into that,
understood the
right?
handicap, right? It's all about understanding what what the reach is, not even about the points. Like I don't understand the points part,
Right.
but I understand the territory. So for example, like I'm gonna block your your white pieces into that little area, but you can still fight out by picking a new spot. So the idea would be to completely encapsulate you so you can't do anything.
Now, what I have to do is figure out a way to make sure that you don't make points off of this wall that you have. So it starts with moves like, I don't know, probably this one.
Yeah, and now I see the visual. Now you're inside. If that was a building, now you're inside the building. So you're on
Right.
behind.
Yeah.
Now you're inside, and that's when you say I. It just means that now you have an outpost here.
Just
So
imagine if you had played there, right? That would have looked a lot better for you.
oh,
Or even further, maybe, like at
absolutely.
the on the start point, you know?
But that means that you know what's going on there at all times. So in order for me to feel safe, I would have to
I got my scout out there,
have
like
somebody keep an
guerrilla
eye.
warfare.
Yeah, have somebody keep an eye on your guy. Like, hey, keep an eye on that guy. Hey, he's kind of shifty. Don't worry about it. And look,
It's look, you got
he bought
so
a buddy.
he brought friends.
He's like, all right, so how I'm gonna combat is I'm gonna put a dude on the other side, right, to keep an eye on your other dude, right. This guy makes sandwiches, so
Sandwich guy, he cool. He cool.
yeah, he cool, he cool. Man, I for the
I
first
mean, just to be
time,
sure though, like I got a I got a buddy that's gonna keep an eye on him
yeah,
because, you know.
I tried a BLT sandwich the other day from Jersey Mike's. I didn't know what it was, right? Like, cause I never order that. But my buddy of mine was like, "Oh,
Mhm.
we'll have some Jersey Mike's," and I was like, "Oh, snap! Was I supposed to ask?" Like, he's like, "Oh no, I decided for you. I just ordered whatever, and then we're just gonna split it." And I was like, "All right, well, cool." I was like, "What is this again?" I was like, "All right, let me try it." BLT, that's pretty good.
You,
It was nice and crunchy.
you liked it?
Yeah, it was pretty good. And I was like, so next time
Yeah, they're pretty good.
going out of my comfort zone, right? I usually just get the Philly, what is it, the Philly steak? I think it's like what number 40 something,
Yeah,
number
that's what I go for.
43, number 43 or number 46. It's one of the two.
Yeah, I like the Phillies and the like a good Italian hoagie or something like that is good. Or I guess they have different names depending on where you're at. But
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I know you talk about the little size little breads. Um,
yeah,
yeah, it's like that little tiny loaves of bread. You see him on the anime.
yeah, like
People
a
don't.
little loaf. Yeah,
You know,
yeah,
it's
yeah,
funny that people look at that. They look at that right, and they think it's a joke. I'm like, you know, that's real, right? There's actually little tiny bread that's shaped in that size, right? It's not just animated. Like they
yeah.
actually do have yeah, the little hoagie breads.
It's real.
Oh right. Let's see. Yeah, I think you mentioned sake earlier, right? Or is this no? You said soju. Which one did you say? Sake or soju?
So soju, I think soju is like the beer, right? But it can go all the way up to like high proof, like Everclear, basically.
So then,
And I think they make it out of
Korea,
rice.
Yes, Then I had
Well,
that. I had that in. I
and
had
then
that
sake
in
is made
Japan.
out of rice too.
Sake, I've had it in Japan. Soju, I think I've had that in South Korea. I'm pretty sure
Yeah,
I'm named
soju's
of those.
Korean.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah. And sake is Japanese.
Yeah.
One is a
So
wine, the other's a beer.
the sake, I remember drinking, and I was like, man, this does not taste good. I'm like, what is this supposed? I was like, what is this supposed to do? I was like, how long is this supposed to take? Right? He's like, how much have you
Yeah,
drank? I was like, I don't know, like one jar. He's like, no, dude, don't tell me. And I was like, yeah, is that wrong? He's like, dude, that's too much. You're supposed to drink like a little bit. And I was like, oh no, don't
yeah.
tell me, because I'm like, I still have to walk back. And I'm just like, oh god. And the whole time I'm like, it's hot, and I'm like, I know the feeling of what's that movie? What's that guy that he says? Anchorman. He says, "It's so hot outside. Milk was a bad choice."
Yeah.
It's like when you dry heat, like because you drink so much alcohol and then you're just dehydrated. Oh, that's horrible.
I
Yep.
messed up one day. I got like one of the real high proof ones, and like I was an experienced drinker, but man, it messed me up.
Nah, you can't
My
be
dad
smart
said
like
I was
that.
like speaking in tongues or something. Like
Isn't that crazy, right? It's
I
like
blacked
you,
out.
it's like you can know, but it's like you connect to a different frequency. Right? It's like you were saying earlier,
Hmm.
like you can speak a different language. Um,
Yeah. No, I don't know what it is. I hit that level where like I get there, I guess. I don't know.
yeah. But I still remember
Uh,
when I have a couple pictures from that trip that I did when I was in Japan. But I remember like it was like a little tiny mason jar, a little tiny mason jar, exactly like they show them in the Naruto series, like one of those little bottles. Yep, I think at the time that's what I was watching.
yep.
I
Yep.
was watching the Naruto, and they had one of those episodes.
And you get the little saucer cup or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. A little tiny bottle. But the first day I went to Hiroshima, I sat down in one of those you make your own beef, or you cook your own meat. What is this, like a yakiniku place? Dude, that was like bomb. And then they bring you coffee. There was like the experience. I remember taking a picture, right? Like that's just like one of those pictures that lives rent free in your head. Like, oh yeah, I remember when I was
Yeah.
there. I'd go back. Cause it's
One day.
you don't get lost in there. It's kind of like they have like a grid system, but we always used to call it a fare adjustment, cause it's like you're moving left and right, and trying to get to where you need to go.
Yeah.
But it's like you're supposed to come here, you're supposed to go there, but this is where you are. And I'm like, oh my god, I only have this much money. Like, well, we got to figure it out. Fair adjustment. We're like, I meant to do that. I meant to get lost. I was coming down here for a reason.
Now there was something. What was it? I keep forgetting.
I think it was like 2007, 2007 and 2008 when I was in Japan. Back in the day, people
Well,
were
that was like
crazy
right
too.
before the crash, right?
They had I don't know if do you remember a while back where there was a tsunami that rotated the earth like 1 or 2% or something
Yeah.
like that. Well, that was around that
Yeah.
time.
There's a big.
It was around that
Oh
time.
shit.
Yeah, it was around that time, and I remember when I got there, they were like, "Oh yeah, that's crazy," and people were like, "That doesn't happen." But I was like, when you have seen a military person put up a little tarp and they fly, just like Fortnite, man. That is crazy. It's crazy. And I was like, "There's
Yeah.
no way that this is happening." He's like, "Put your tarp down. You're gonna go away." Oh, it's my move. Let's see.
This is called a monkey jump.
The move that you're doing now.
This move at H1.
Uh,
There's like names for all the stuff. Uh, it's been around so long.
hey, the only reason I
One of
know
them
how
I
to
really
play
like
him
is
a little bit with
Big-Headed
strategy
Ghost.
is because of the Queen's Gambit. You learn a
Mm,
couple. You learn a couple thing or two. You're like, if I'm going down, I'm gonna make it. I'm gonna make it a good show. Hey, but they're still
oh, yeah,
they're
speaking
still.
about queens, we should play some shogi too.
Oh, we can
I
switch.
really like
We
shogi.
can switch it up.
Uh,
Let's see.
Go is probably my favorite game.
Wait, hold
Just
up.
period.
Shogi is the one with the tiles, right?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah,
Shogi's a little bit harder to get going with because you got to memorize what each piece does because each piece has different movement.
yeah, kind of like
Uh,
chess.
Go is real simple. Like children learn it to count pretty much. Like uh, it can be played by 2 year olds. Like Go is a very simple game uh, at the core of it, but it can get extremely complicated.
Oh yeah, of course. I
There's
mean,
something like it's a magnitude of difference. Like Western chess, for instance, I forget exactly how much, but just for instance, it has like uh, 10 to the power of 128 possible moves, right? Go has like 10 to the power of 480 or something like that. Like it's worlds apart as far as like the possible things that you can do. And we're just playing on the small board.
oh yeah, this is just what is it? 9 by 9.
Yeah, this is a 9 by 9. This has the same amount of moves as chess, as Western
Let me check
chess.
on my cinnamon because it's starting to burn.
I
Yeah, I had some cinnamon sticks and like cinnamon powder, and I think there was this what's this other ingredient like ani or something, lower cleat, anise
yeah,
clover,
anise, I think. Yeah.
anise clover, and then I put that in there, and it gives it a nice little cinnamon anise smell. It's pretty good. Oh, can't take that, but perhaps if we join forces here.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There's a show. I'm not entirely. Oh, actually, have you heard of the show Weak Hero?
I don't think so.
Well, the show, I guess it's they not to spoil it too much, but like in one of the series, they it's basically about territory. So it's kind of like the same concept. So I'm trying to move all my pieces to get right. Let's see. No, I can't go there. Can't go there, but I can go here. So So it's like kids beat each other up just to claim territory, and people have to pay like fees, right? You're in my area, I'll protect you, type deal. All you see is kids fighting left and right. It's pretty cool. I mean, not the beating up part, right? Because I'm pretty sure that hurts, but
That's pretty much how Go is too. Like if when we start off playing it, we're like a kid that's like slap boxing. We don't even know how to throw a punch yet. Uh, and then so watching two new players play against each other, it's almost comical, right? For more experienced people. Uh, and then you have the pros, which are like, it's like watching a top level MMA championship match or whatever. Um,
Pass.
he's like,
Pretty good.
the noob has made a move. All right, let's see. I claimed your
A lot of the
territory.
streamers, like their content is reviewing like student games and stuff. And the one guy, he was reviewing a game, and like he would just get so invested in what was going on, and then he would just freak out because he was like, wait, I don't understand anything anymore. Because like the two people playing like had no idea, they weren't seeing what he was seeing.
Pass.
No,
It's funny.
it's crazy. Like just like the Queen's Gambit, you can see people what is it like, and they like just to talk strategy, they'd be like, uh, a what is it, A3, right? I'll play at A3. Oh, can't play there because you took that part, right? So now it's like, let me see, 6E. I claim this. That's just really reinforcing myself.
Well, so you didn't need to play there though,
I didn't. I
because
know.
you already had that.
I didn't have to, but that's just me
And
reinforcing, right? So you passed. That would have been a different move. I would have been able to branch out somewhere else. But if you play again and pass,
so there's two different ways of counting, like to score the game at the end. In the Chinese rules of scoring, it's area. So you playing there wouldn't affect the end score, right? You would still have the same amount of points.
oh, because it's already mine. That's like me.
Right.
That's like me planting a tree and saying I have more land.
Yeah. So in the Chinese rule set, though, that's okay. You can play in your own territory as much as you want, and the score is not going to change. In Japanese counting, though, it's different. So you actually lost 1 point because you played there. Because in the Japanese rule set, it's how many spaces are empty that you surround. It doesn't account for how many stones are there. So like you had 4 points and now you have three.
So basically, what you just said is that this freeloader didn't have to work, and he's getting paid right now. That's bad business.
Basically, yeah.
All right.
He's costing the company money.
He's costing the company money.
He's like taking a nap in the break room over there. Like
He's like, you don't
it's
go
like,
to the
dude, your
company
your
retreat.
shift is up. Like you just clocked in, my dude. You can't be sleeping.
I used to have a person that used to do that. Like they clock in and they smoke a cigarette.
Pass.
They clock
Yep.
in and go smoke a cigarette. What are you doing? I'm getting warmed up. What do you think? I gotta smoke. I gotta smoke my cigarette, right? I'm like, all right. Well, you do realize that your shift started like 5 minutes ago. All right. Okay, we'll let this
Oh, dude, I had
pass.
this one guy. I was working at Walmart, right? And he every time he would come in, and he would show up to the department just real happy, ready to go. Uh, and then 10, 15 minutes would go by. And then he would come up to me and he'd be like, man, I got to go to the
Oh
restroom.
crap!
I
I
got to
should
go.
have. I should have passed.
Uh, oh, yeah. Yeah.
Pass.
Uh, And so after like,
White
10
wins.
minutes or whatever, he would say he's got to go to the restroom and like, can I come help the customer or whatever? And then, dude, he would disappear for 5 hours. Like, I wouldn't see him again. And like, he was supposed to be working with me in the department like every day. And like, he would just dip. Like, I have no idea where he'd go.
we
Um,
we had this guy. We called him Ninja because we could never find him, right? And every time we'd be like, "Yo, where's Ninja?" And I'm like, "All right, hold up, I'll text him." And I sent him a text message, and you would hear the text message, and it would go, "How,
Challenge
wow,
received.
wow, wow," right? Oh, he's in the
right?
bathroom. Oh, he's been in the bathroom for like the last 15 minutes. And he's like, "Oh God, yep, yep." And then we used to know like, oh, it's time, for as like it's time for so and so to go to the bathroom. Like,
Game
I was like,
started.
send him a text message real quick. How? Wow, wow, wow. All right, let's see.
What is this madness? Um,
White to move. Okay, am I white? Or wait, is that you?
yeah, I'm white, so I got to figure out what I'm doing here. This might be too many. I don't know if I can win.
This handicap is crazy. Let's
Yeah,
see.
no, this is hard mode.
I'm coming hard. I gotta get one win at least. I mean, one win that counts that I actually beat you.
You're gonna get it. It might be this one.
It might be this one.
This is
I feel pretty confident. The enemy has been routed. The enemy has been routed.
I do know some tricks though.
Oh no, I'm sure. Yep. I'll let I'll let you roam free. I'm capturing these guys. Call for reinforcements. I can already see this in Minecraft. We're getting
It,
routed. Enemy in the left. Prepare the catapults.
I really want to get like, I know there's a way to get Pathfinder working in Minecraft.
Oh, I have to send you what I got. So yes, I say yesterday, but it was earlier today. Earlier today, you gave me some notes, right? So I went in there and I worked it out. So what it did was is it took my idea that I already had and it combined them together.
Yeah.
So it took my quest idea and your what was the name? What was the name? Let me see. Pathfinder. It took my plugin that I've been working on and it combined it.
Oh,
So
nice.
so now it's gonna so what it basically did is that it gave me a way to set it up. So now I have to go probably go read this to find out the rules and how I can we can adapt it. But if I'm gonna check later when I have free time, I'm gonna
Yeah.
check later and then run the plugin to see what it does. Because if it's already set up, which is it's already set up already, I already have it working a specific way. Then all I got to do is just make a world and have you join it, and then you can say, "Oh, this is exact." You're probably gonna say, "Oh, this is exactly what I wanted."
Right, right.
I was trying to get it to test it the other day and it broke. But then, what software? We're using the experimental one, right? The Lorecraft experimental one that's running on Geyser.
The new one that I posted up, I'm still waiting on Fire to install it, but that's the one that I was figuring we could play on
So that
season
okay.
one
So
or whatever.
we're still on point six then.
It's a geyser server. It's geyser with Polymer. I don't know if you've heard of Polymer.
I've used it.
Uh,
I used it before. That was one of the first servers that I set up because it was the easiest, like right the latest and greatest. So I set it up on
yeah.
my I set it up for Bedrock. Then I ended up buying for the like ended up buying things for Java for the Java. Hmm.
Pass.
Hmm.
That was a good one.
Yeah. So at this point, I would have to pass because I don't gain any more territory, right?
Yeah. And then we would count.
Remove
I've
the
already
dead
kind of
stones.
counted. Yeah, see, that's very close.
All right.
That was
So
a 2 point game.
let's see. So if
So if I had slipped up even once, I would have lost.
let me see if I understand this correctly. All right. So I would have to think it's this. Wait. Yep. These. That one. That one.
There's actually a way to review.
Oh, is there? Did, did I
Yeah,
already hit accept? What happened? Oh wait.
You have won.
it's fine. So where's the button?
Haha. I didn't lose. That was pretty good.
That was a close one, a 2 point game.
Oh,
So we found
review this
the
game.
handicap.
Okay, I see.
Yeah, where is it? I don't have the button for that.
Go to the top. Wait, yeah,
Or
you
maybe
gotta.
if you start the review.
All right, let me see. Review this game.
Review started.
Yeah, there we go.
Wait,
And
so this will explain
then
it, right?
can you see what I'm doing?
All right. Wait.
Like if I play here, does can you see that?
Where have you played, or where are you trying to play? Like
On move
call out the
21.
which one?
Move 21.
Move
Hold on, I'll be right back.
21. Move 21. Move 21. Oh, I see. So it starts off like that. Huh, okay. Okay. We'll revisit this. Not making any commitments today. Player is AFK. These commercials have been brought to you by Juice. And then, obviously, if y'all want, y'all give me some juice. I'll do a little shout out for Juice. What does that do to download SGF? I guess we'll figure it out later.
All right, I'm back.
What's that? SGF file.
Yeah, did you figure it out? You can
No,
kind of go through and play around with it.
I'm, I'm, I downloaded it. I haven't. I don't know what it is yet. Let's see. Oh, okay. So that tells
You needed like
you.
a viewer.
Yeah, I just used. Okay, so basically, it shows you everything that I did. It's the game. That's basically the match that we did. So it was like white CD, then you went BD, then DD. So it's not like I thought it was. C.
Is there a way for you to pass the review to me? Or
This
maybe if I start a
this
review?
this right
Let me
here.
see.
Look here. There's a website. Here, I'm gonna send it to you in the chat. Where? Right here.
Hold on, maybe.
Right there.
There we go. Review this game.
So we could basically recreate this
Here.
game just by looking at all the pieces that were put down in the beginning, right? Because it had a
Yeah.
handicap of,
Yeah.
so what is it? Line 16 had the handicap, right? Of all, those were all the pieces that black had.
Yeah, that was a 9 stone handicap.
Jesus, that's crazy.
So if you join the review that I started, I can show you what I was talking about.
added chat to your finished game. What is it? Is that what it? Was that it? No.
Uh, Possibly, yeah.
Oh wait, and that's probably what. It,
It should have one that you started and then one that I started.
oh yeah, I see it. Okay, so review, and I click on that. Okay, so what are you clicking on right now? Okay, yep.
Well, I'm waiting for you to join.
No, I already joined. So right now you click for
Oh, do you see
54.
this?
Yeah, you click 52, 51. So you're going back.
Okay. So what I was saying, yeah, the AI agrees too. So you could have won the game right around here, like right here. I mean, the AI is crazy. It wants you to throw in right there, but uh, just like this move, right? Yeah, this is another variation. See how the AI is putting the sequence in there already. It knows that this is the next move, and then this has to connect, and then this has to connect because this becomes very dangerous if not, right? And then like it's a whole thing, and it wants this this one, yeah. A multi, hold on. Yeah, no, that's crazy. Okay. So yeah, that's the sequence the AI wanted. But you could have won with something like that because then white plays here and then you play here and white gets that one and that one. And then if you estimate the score, you would have won by 2.3 points with that sequence. There was another one too, probably just this, because then there's that, and then you get this one. Yeah, yep. So you can't do that. So it would have to be this into here. This one maybe. Yeah, something like that.
Still pretty average. It still would have made
Oh, that
taken this about the same amount of plays.
well, that's even better for black though. You would have
Yeah.
won by 5, almost 6
Oh,
points
six
that way.
points. Yeah, because it's
And on a small board, that's a lot. Like an extra 2 or 3 points. That's big.
yeah, but like I said, a 9 piece advantage. Like they, you know that middle piece, which is what five, 5E, right? That's the middle piece, right? It already had
Hmm.
5E, you had 7E, you had 7C, 5C. You had all that. You already had that quadrilateral, so you basically
Yeah,
have the whole
all the star
board.
points. And then, so let's, for the last game on here, because I want to jump into some shogi too. Um, I do want you to experience the big board though, just to see,
All right, let's do it.
because honestly, like you can play the small board and it's recommended like your first 100 games should be on the 9x9. That's just 1,000-year-old kind of tradition or whatever. But you can also just jump straight in to the full game. Like you don't have to start with
All right, let's do a quick water break. Let me get some water real quick. Come back.
I sounds good.
You want to send me
I'm
the
fine with
match?
me.
I'll we can get that set up. At least the challenge.
Yeah, I'm looking. Here we go. Here we go.
All right, we'll be right back.
All right.
Challenge received.
actually.
Alrighty.
All right. You good to go?
Yep.
Challenge received.
Let's do this.
Game started.
Ooh, it's a bigger board.
You
So
know,
it's
this is the
it's
full sized.
so it's a similar play. The diamond's much larger. All right.
We have a much shorter time frame on this one too, because I want you to experience the clock. You made a smiley face. Here, I'll give it a nose.
Give it a. Let's see. Give it a winky face. I gotta watch your dude right here. Gotta watch that guy.
You know, watch that. I think he's got a knife. Be careful.
Let's see. I was like, now he looks like a pirate. I'm gonna make a snowman.
And there's these things called sumigos, which they're basically life and death problems. And I hit a point where to get better, I need to do a lot of those, like every day.
Yes, that's what I've been calling those quests. For me, that's how I see like day to day. I
Mm,
call it a quest. So I wake up every day and I say, okay, what's my quest? I need to
right.
be the concierge, right? That's my mission in life. I need to make sure
Yeah.
that child one is here at this time, dropped off, picked up, return with the child number two, and then wait until it's time for take child number two where they need to get picked up, dropped off, and then I come to my area and then I say, okay, I wait like a ninja. What needs assistance, right? And in the shadows, I go boop and I say, oh look, there's a baby in the road. Pick up the baby, replace it with a cat, right? Because
What I was gonna, uh, you just reminded me. I've been trying to remember for like an hour. Uh, so your character Ninja, right?
yeah,
Uh, from Fruit Loop, the land of Fruit Loop, or what was it? Fruit Loop Hills,
Fruit Loop Falls.
Fruit Loop Falls. Yeah. Uh, so I was thinking because so if Alana's gonna play, you said she's a princess, right?
Yes. So a
So
long time ago, what is it when when you give your sword to a princess, right? So you say a
mhm,
long time ago I was like I swore, but that was a different character. But then I'm like I have a new life, right? I go by a new name, and then I said okay, I pledge my sword to you, right? So it's kind of
right.
like I haven't been released from that oath, right? So basically I am a ninja that lives in the same times as Princess Alana, and so she is the queen of that world, right? But we'd had so I guess in my story now is we'd had to leave that world, and we're right now we're in between. I don't think she's been on the on I don't think she's been active, but when she comes back, it'll basically we could either go back into Fruit Loops, right, or pick where we're gonna go. Which I'm assuming it would be Lorecraft, right?
Right.
We can start Lorecraft, and then we can go from there if that makes sense.
Well, so what I was thinking is like you could basically be like her bodyguard or whatever. Like you were uh, taking care of her on a trip somewhere, and then you guys got whisked away to this new land, and that's where you met like Space's character, Soup,
Yep,
and
I
like that sort of thing, right?
I like that. I mean, because it's not far from the truth. Because I remember when I came in here, it was Space, right? Space was helping me, and he was like, "Oh, Razloz is around. He's my neighbor, right?
Hmm.
Doesn't really talk, doesn't really say anything. He always stays quiet, but he's always up to something."
Yep.
It's like he's
Ooh,
always
or
up to
even
something.
because Soup is from Noobsville, right? So that could be where you two met, because like that's literally where you two met, right? So uh, and then something, I'll figure something out. I'll make it work for
No,
the
I got you.
narrative.
But see, if you go through the galaxy, right, the Lord's already there. If you go through that server, right, I've been meaning to talk to Dark, right? Dark was it Dark Clark, and say, hey,
Clark, yeah,
one of these
yeah, yeah.
days, just 10 minutes of your time. Hey, just come over here, show me around, right? For like, right? Because we can still use Galaxy. I just haven't been on there. But I have that machine that we're
Need
working
to get
on. That machine that we're
Like I
working on.
reinstalled my whole machine, so in order for me to get on there, I need to set up like a virtual machine and get Bedrock going and
And that's perfect. I can, like I said, I have, like, we have plenty of machines. I can set one up, and all you have to do is remote into it. So you don't have to create a virtual machine. You actually have a machine that you can work on. Like I'm, we
I gotcha.
that's.
I can run one on here.
Oh yeah, no,
Uh,
I'm saying, but
I have software for it.
oh, okay, yeah, we can also go that route. But like
Oh, dude, I wasn't paying attention, and I ended up running. I had 3 instances of Minecraft running, all modded, and I was getting over 100 FPS on all of them.
I couldn't tell
I was like,
you
dude,
how many times, like when I didn't understand. Like I remember when you first explained to me everything, right? When I was like, and that's why I started documenting, right? I started taking notes because I'm like, there's a lot of things that you showed me that I was trying to explain to Fire, but I didn't. It's like I didn't know the terminology, right? I didn't know how to explain it. I'm
right,
like, I'm trying to do this, and but and Fire's like, what are you trying to do? I was like, this is what I'm trying to do, but I don't know how to explain it. He's like, all
yeah,
right, well, go do your work and come talk to me when you know what you're talking about. And I was like, fair enough.
right.
I was like, fair enough, because right now I was like, it's like you're speaking, but no words are coming out. It's like, do you even speak English? What language are you speaking right now?
And I was talking to him in voice chat the other day. It was like real early. Uh, I keep weird hours though. Like it's coming up on my bedtime pretty soon here. I'm trying to like fix my sleep schedule, but
No,
it's a
absolutely.
whole thing.
Just yeah. So actually, my partner went on a business trip, right? Because they had to do whatever, morale, kumbaya, something. Now I can't remember what they call it, but it's kind of
Hmm.
like a I don't know if it's like a company retreat where the company basically takes the employees and they work on like team building skills on how to get how to talk, how to work with each other, that
Yeah,
type of stuff. Yeah, so that's what she ended up doing. She ended up having to travel. So I was like, I'm gonna help you. I freaking helped her do our like, because in the military I used to do that, travel. I was a travel agent basically. I make sure that everybody had all their stuff, right? So I was a travel agent for military people and government contractors. So I was like, it's easy. I'll just figure out what you need so you can travel, right? I was like, I'll get your passport, I'll get everything for you, right? I was like, all you gotta do is show up and give me the documentation I'm asking, right? I was like, if
right,
it's no, if you do it, no, like for example, if there's nothing illegal, but I was like, just do it, no questions asked. Don't say why I need this. Just give me the document. I'll make copies. I'll make sure I'll freaking get everything done, right? I was like, it's because it takes me less time to do it than to explain it to you, right? That's for some
right.
reason
Yeah.
that's how it's always been. But I was like, I'll like
Pure
here.
yummy.
I was like, so you don't feel like you have to worry about this, right? Just I'll take care of it. I was like, I'll take care of it, and take care of it. And then I took care of of the family while I was over here while it was hard. Keeping up with hours and logistics, man, it's crazy being a stay-at-home dad. The amount of work that it is, but hey, I love it every
That's
day.
important though.
I love it every day.
You know?
The fact that I'm able to spend time, with my family like that, because I can't tell you how many times how many firsts I missed, like baby steps, like this and that, right? And I was fortunate enough that like some things were caught on camera, like baby's first steps,
Yeah. Yeah.
kindergarten, right? All that. That's what's valuable to me, right? I could be what I could be poor, but I'm rich.
Mhm.
Ten,
Exactly.
9,
I got scared. I was thinking. It was counting me down. All right, let's see.
Yep, you got that timer now.
Yep.
You can let it tick down 5 times. See how you have a 5 next to it? As soon as you hit 0 on that though, and that's your final one. So then you'll lose if it runs out.
Do I lose points by using it?
No.
Okay, well they're there for a reason, but they're gimmies then.
So it's thinking time.
It's kind of
I set
like,
it to 30 seconds because you can wait 29 seconds and then make your move, and you don't lose anything from doing that.
oh yeah, no, but here's how it translates to Minecraft, right? For example, your shield gets hit, right? Slack, smack, whatever, chwack, whatever noise wood on wood does, whatever it does, right? Quack. In Minecraft, it means that every time I get more territory, that means that your armor goes down, right? And when your armor goes down and it breaks, that means that your defense is down. Does that make sense
Right.
on how it would work, like to translate Go into Minecraft? Does that make sense?
Sort of, yeah.
I can explain it again. All right. So, for example, if I explain your situation, if I explain the situation right now that in this game, let's see, I have a pretty good amount of territory. Let's see, but it's being blocked, so I can put. This would be a good place to put it, so I can gain more space.
Yep. Now that's actually one of the moves I was looking at, so that's good. That
Yeah,
you noticed that, like that's good.
yeah. So I checked that. So let me see if I was to guess where you would play, it would probably be here, right? All right. So when you make your move, I already put my where I think you're gonna put your piece. I already picked it. And if you don't play there, that's where I'm gonna play next.
Did you see this one?
I didn't see that one, but here's where I assumed that you were gonna play, right? Based on me making a prediction. I didn't see that. So let me see.
Weren't far off.
Yeah. So let's see. I guess I
The
would have
reason
to.
why this one, so I read that initial, like that move was my initial thought, and then I carried that through and read a couple moves ahead and determined that this move is actually better
Oh, I see.
because it forces a response on the left,
Okay. So
and
let me
because you
see.
didn't play there,
No, but see,
I can
no.
play here.
Okay. Yeah, but then let's see. In order for me to block it, like you just played here, which means that you're trying to. Let me see what you're trying to do. I want to see what you're trying to do so I can block. All right, you're trying to. Okay,
10, 9,
nine,
8,
eight, seven,
7, 6,
six,
5,
five,
4,
four. There would be a good move to go.
You still only have one liberty though, so I can immediately capture.
Yeah, I'm just trying to figure out your strategy. So let's see.
Well, like the group at P6, Q6, right there.
10,
See how that
9,
only has one
8,
liberty?
7, 6, 5, 4,
So that
3,
means my white stones above that are basically connected to my whole main group.
All right, yeah. I'm trying. I lost traction because I got distracted as to what you're doing. So I'm trying to figure out what you're doing. Let's see.
Do you see what that move does?
Yeah. Let's see.
10,
No, you didn't want to save your group.
I made a move based on what I saw.
I mean, yeah, you roll with it.
Yeah, I roll. Yeah, I saw that move and I was like, I'm just gonna make that.
I mean, it
Let
could
me
be good.
let me see. Let me see.
You might be able to live up there. You know how in chess there's like like King's Gambit, Queen's Gambit, and that sort of stuff.
Yeah.
In Go and Shogi, they're called Joseki, which I think literally just means like sequence or like a set sequence, something along those lines.
Oh, I read that wrong. It's gonna cost me some.
Oh no.
Yep. Let's see. Nope. Nope.
9,
Time.
8,
Eight.
7, 6, 5, 4.
4.
Let's see. I think probably pass.
Pass. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 4 periods left.
Let's see. I don't think. I don't. I'm pretty sure this game is done. But let
Oh
me.
yeah, no, I passed. So
10,
I don't think anything
9,
will add.
8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 3 periods left. Remove the dead stones.
That's the full board though.
White wins.
I saw my defeat. I was like, if I were to beat myself, how would I do it? Yep, this is how I would beat myself. That was a good game.
So,
That was
you
a
know, that
good
was a good
game.
one.
That was a good game for sure.
I like the big boards a lot more. It's got a lot more depth to it.
Yeah, I when now that I know that I have those little what is it those little free passes, I can sit there and think more. Right, I know how to use them
Hmm.
now, but that was pretty good.
Yeah, it's a big part of it. Let's see. So it was really around here. So move
Let me see the
71.
review this game. Right?
Hmm.
Are you? Do you already have one?
Yeah, let me start a review
Yeah.
because that way you can see
Review
what I'm doing, right?
started.
All right. Perfect. Yeah.
All right. So, like I was saying with like starting sequences, normally when someone plays here, this is called the 3-3 point or the sun.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, and the most common response is to play here in either direction. So you can do one of those, and then it's something like this usually. And then to completely finish it off, you go like this. And then this is considered equal. This is like an equal exchange. I don't really like it because you get like 10 points, maybe. Usually it's more like 6 points, 7 points if you're lucky. But, and then, black in this situation gets the entire outside. So, like, let's say uh, I play somewhere else, like over here or whatever, and then black gets another move, like here or something like that. There's nothing I can play inside here that's gonna live because there's just nothing, like there's nothing you can do in here. And maybe I don't know. It's very difficult. Um, and that's a lot of points. This whole area. Can I mark it even? What is this? Uh,
That's pretty cool. I didn't know you could do that.
oh yeah, nice. Okay, so this is all of the territory that black's looking at, whereas white only got, let's put that in like purple. White got like that, basically. So see, that's not a very good trade for white. And so uh, another sequence would be this one, where, whoops, and then it would be this.
Isn't Let me ask you a question. Isn't sequence, isn't the sequence the same thing or a similar game?
Similar, yeah.
So it's basically, well, our, or I guess our version. Let me I think I have it right here. Let me grab it real quick. I did not find what I was looking for. However, I did find a board game that I found that's a Minecraft one. I got,
Nice.
all right, so what do you want to do? You want to play another one, or you want to keep showing me some more
Uh,
tips?
let's mess around with some shogi.
All right.
I did want to leave you with this though. So one of the general rules that like everyone tells everyone that starts or whatever
Mm-hmm.
is that moves on the third line. You see how all the starting moves, all the handicap stones,
Yes.
they're all on the start points, and those are on the fourth line. And so moves on the fourth line are more center oriented. So they're all going in this direction, right?
All right. Do you want me
Like
to?
it's that sort of thing.
Okay. Tell me if this matters. I'm gonna. Can I draw? Right? I be able to draw? Okay. Tell me if this is makes any sense
You
to you.
can, I can't see what you draw though,
Okay. Hold up.
unless maybe on the move, if I go to the move, or there might be a way to switch. Hold on.
Here, let me take. I can take a screenshot of it and just send it to you. Here, let me just draw it.
You could stream it too.
I'll take a snapshot.
Or wait, are you streaming to YouTube still?
Yeah.
I could just go to YouTube.
Yeah. Go to YouTube.
That would be the easy thing.
That's what I'm visualizing. If I'm able to get my guys to get right, look at all that territory that they're trying to, and they can do. You can do it by making triangles. Small
I'll
triangles
give it
make
a
a
heart.
yeah. Small triangles make a square, right? And you think about like how are you gonna defeat these guys when they're all together, right? You can claim more
Right,
space.
exactly.
Yeah, you can claim more space like that. So that is a strategy that I would start doing, but I started putting people randomly and kind of think about it like this. How do I clear this? Let's see. How do I clear? Do I just hit delete?
I think if you hit back, maybe the back arrow, see down there by play.
Oh, okay. Let's see. All right, perfect.
That's more or less the idea, though.
Yeah,
And so if those stones were one step over and they were on the third line, those would be more territory oriented.
yeah. Okay, so you're talking about here, 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 and here, or well, actually here.
Hold on, I think the stream is pretty delayed because I'm just now seeing you go back.
Okay, yeah. Let's see. There should be there should be delay for example like snipers or whatever. Okay.
Yeah, it's like 15, maybe 30 seconds.
Yeah. So this right here, right? These points that I got you, that I put those, I guess that I marked. I guess it would be
Right.
the
The
advantage
3
points.
point.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So I understand what you're talking about then. So you basically secure. That's why I was like making jokes, like like are you gonna like if I'm like, oh, are you gonna put a dude here? Okay, then I'm gonna put somebody over here to watch him, and then the same thing, one on each corner. And guess what? And then eventually, all these people will make a wall together, and then we can claim all of that. But I was trying to put you in like, okay, what happens if you do that? What happens if
Once
I
you
throw a dude over here?
like I didn't have to play there with my first move either, right? I could have gone I guess it won't let me for the first move, but wait, why is it not letting me?
Here, let's just start a new game, but set it exactly like this, right? Just who would be? I want us to do it without the handicap, and then
Oh,
explain.
just a new game.
Yeah,
Okay.
so start a new game, 19 by 19, right? And then we mark these exact same spots, and then show me.
So that's this one and then
Yeah, we should
you
be
said
able
no
to.
handicap?
Uh, yeah, no
Challenge
handicap.
received.
Yeah, no handicap, but we'll set it up.
Okay.
Game started.
Okay, so what color pieces am I? White, right? So
Should be
these.
black.
Okay, so let's set. I'm gonna set up the handicap, and then you're gonna show me what move you would do.
Hmm.
So instead of this handicap, it would be this one. Let's see.
Pass.
Let's see. That it would be that one, that one,
Pass.
that one,
Pass.
that one.
Pass.
Uh, I guess it would be here.
Pass.
And how many was it? Was it nine?
Uh, yeah,
Okay,
four more.
so here,
Pass.
here,
Pass.
uh, here,
Pass.
and here. So that's
Yep.
so that handicap. If I was to do that exact same thing that I was talking about, then I would start making into little triangles, right? So how would you counter? Now that I've told you my move, knowing that that's what's coming, how would you counter it? I'm gonna start. Here's what I'm gonna do. This is the strategy I'm gonna give you. I'm gonna start by making a triangle from, and I guess I'm gonna call out moves, and then let's see. So we go 16C, 16D, 16EFG.
All along 16?
Yep. I go C D E F G, right? Let's say that
Right.
all this is the handicap, right? It's your turn to move, right? But what I'm planning on doing is I want to connect from 16 on the bottom. That's what I'm gonna do. How would you counter that?
So you want to connect like D16
Yep.
to J16,
Mhm.
basically?
Mhm. I just told you
Well, so just
five moves.
so picking a corner, right?
Yeah.
So in that corner, right, if that's the one we're going with, normally how you would approach like the 3-3 is either the 4-4, which is the easiest because that just goes into like a normal sequence, or this one, which I like a little bit more, just because it's a little bit more out there. It's got a little more breathing room, a little more air.
Okay. Yeah. So you okay? That's a damn good block. You don't ruin my whole plan. so in,
Also, it changes the direction,
yeah. So in that
right?
case, then I would still do the exact same thing, right? But now I have to do it in a different area, right? So
Right.
I'm
Well,
gonna do
going down the D line.
yeah. But I'm
So if
gonna
you go, instead of going
here
across 16, you go down across D.
here. But I'll do it on a different area, right? I'm gonna do the exact same thing, it's just in a different area.
Hmm? Right. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. So the
All
next
right. So
five
with this,
the next five moves I already told you the moves that I'm gonna do. So make your move and I'll play my five moves. So that means
so
I already have the moves in
normally,
my head.
yeah, the follow-up to that position, like that corner position, is typically right here.
Okay.
And so if I play in your next best move, that's usually a good move for me.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna keep to my word and I'm gonna keep doing the move that I was trying to do,
Mhm.
just in a different order.
Do you notice something?
Yeah, you're like four steps ahead.
Yeah.
I,
So
I
this
know.
is called
I know, but I'm just going based on the strategy that I told you. Okay, so I'm gonna mix it up. I'm gonna
I'm
break.
showing you
Yeah,
something about that strategy though.
yeah, yeah,
So this is called the 1 point jump, and I'm literally jumping ahead of you
yeah. You're
right
jumping
now.
ahead of you, so you're like 4 seconds or five moves ahead of me. All right.
Right. So now at this point, I'm a little too thin. So there's no way that I can keep all of this connected, right? I have too many holes in my defenses. So what I need to do is play a move like this.
And then you start building your team to block me.
Well,
Okay.
now it's threatening to connect everything up very cleanly,
Yeah.
which is
So
dangerous
a
because I
counter.
stand to gain more
Yeah.
points than you gained from that.
But I guess a good counter would be
Yep, that's probably the best move because then I have to defend. Hmm. And then so these stones aren't lost though. And because you didn't connect, now I'm connected, which is it's not good for this whole territory down here. The shape I just made is called a panuki. It's a flower.
You blocked what I was trying to do too. Alright.
Yeah, I like that area. My dudes like got set up. They built a house. Oh, you let me cut you.
see.
Byo-yomi. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3,
I don't know
Yeah,
if
you needed to
I
connect that one.
I don't know if I'm just giving these free to you, but I was like, I know I'm getting myself into these predicaments.
10, 9,
Look at
8,
this massive streak
7,
that you have.
6, 5,
You actually
4,
handled that area
3,
really good, though.
2,
You just
1.
needed to connect those
4
stones at
periods
that last
left.
bit.
Yeah, but I was like, huh? Let's see. Run right here. Boom. That turns back. Turns back here. I can't even connect this to anything. Everything's shut off. Let's see that. Nope, that's shut off too.
10, 9,
Come this
8,
way.
7.
Let's see about that. Let's see. Restore with that. Connect this way. Oh, connecting. And you shut off my valve. Okay, so I shouldn't have done that. Definitely shouldn't have
Yep,
done
I was
that.
waiting at the border.
It's like papers. All right, let's see.
10, 9, 8,
It's a shakedown.
7,
We're looking for contraband.
6, 5,
Yeah, and it's
4,
funny that people
3,
actually have
2,
contraband. Let's see.
1. 3 periods left.
Let's see. I think that's it. Let me look at this side. Mm, that goes up.
So you need to close up the right side still.
Yeah, let's see. That side. There's no plays there. No plays
10,
here.
9, 8,
And
7,
technically, the group on the, you see the line on the like A10 going all the way to like L10 or whatever?
Yeah.
That still needs one more move before, because with one move I could kill that probably,
Yeah, and I see.
like
Let's
that whole
see.
group.
Let's see. Yeah, but see, these are teachable moments right here. All these. Let's see.
And
Here.
over here on the right too is important.
That. So try to save what I have.
Yep.
Leave my property alone. All right. I guess that's all I could do
All right,
for.
now that's all sealed off, and
That's
then
all I could do for that.
so probably something around like G12 would make you alive.
Let's see, but
10,
zombies are
9,
here.
8, 7, 6,
I can box
5,
these guys up.
4.
Let's see who else can be saved. And I know these are just extra moves. Let me see. Yeah. That zombie got there, so I can probably lock that. So the people in this room are safe. A zombie still can get in, but can say contained. Let's
They're
see.
getting contained, yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's see. One, two, three, four. Let's see. These people are alive. Ain't no survivors here. Those people are alive.
10, 9, 8.
Let's see. Let's see who else we can save.
As long as a couple get out, right?
Yeah, those a couple get out, right? Eventually they'll have to eat each other, but hey, that's a problem for another time. Who are we eating today?
Yeah, that's tomorrow's problem.
Who are we eating today? Let's see. Yeah, if I started thinking now that these are zombies, right, from Minecraft, right? It's
Right?
basically building so that way the mobs don't get in. But
10, 9, 8,
You got to get the
7,
barricades up.
6.
well,
Pass.
I think that's it. I don't think anything else can be saved.
Remove the dead stones.
Yep.
Let's see. Zombies eventually overrun. Let's see how they get me. Let's see through here. Okay. Let's see. How do they break? Where do they break through? Let's see. Okay. That one goes. Then then all those people go. And
Oh, yeah.
then yep. Let's see. If this guy
That one
falls,
town survived though in the corner.
yeah, these people are good. But let's see. If I kill all those people, then everybody else survive. Everybody else in that corner survives. What's up with these? What does that say? The highlighted locations may need to be sealed before. Okay, I see.
It wants you to play at C12.
No, but look, all these people, right? All those are goners. That's a goner. That's a goner. Who else gets eaten? That dude gets eaten. Who else gets eaten? Let's see. Everybody else. Let's see. All these guys are safe, right? right? That guy
Yeah,
can
in the
be
corner, all
anywhere.
those are safe.
All
Yeah.
these people are safe, so there's no other, right? That's it.
That's about it. Yeah.
Yeah, these are the only people that survived in this zombie apocalypse.
It's about what, 10%
Yep.
population, something like that.
I think that's it.
That's good stuff.
That's my outcome. Yep.
Now you made good progress though. You were reading ahead. I was noticing, like you
Yeah,
were.
so I used the same techniques that you were using with me. I started using them against you because as I was learning.
Yep.
That's what I was doing. All
Now
that
there
stuff.
was even one moment where I thought, like, you try to use my moves against me,
Yeah, but see,
and then I countered it.
I get I get too involved, right? I lose sight of my plan, right? But that's accounting for example, like in real life, a scenario could be like you're running in Minecraft, right? And then a person that's next to you, their diamond armor breaks, right? And they get caught, right? Oh God, see? And I was like, what do we do? Do we save Phil or or leave him up to the zombies, to the munchons so we can escape? That's what was that game? The Walking Dead. I love those choices. What do? You have 5 seconds. Leave them, or they're gonna eat Robert.
That's why I like Pathfinder,
Yeah.
because like you might be uh, playing through a quest or whatever, right? And like maybe your tour guide does get chased by zombies, and like maybe he was a dick to you yesterday and like fucking ruined your breakfast or something. So
No.
like, yeah, you might decide to just leave his ass for the zombies. Like, I don't know. That's up to you.
Let me tell you a scenario. So we were playing this game called Dead of Winter, right?
Mhm.
And it doesn't say that you can't be nefarious, right? The rules don't say that. So
Right.
at some point I was like I wasn't the
White wins.
I wasn't the traitor, but I wanted people to believe that there was, right? I didn't know if there was a traitor or not because sometimes the game doesn't have one. But then I was like I started sabotaging, right? Just for fun. But then somebody else was like sabotaging for real, like, right? And then
Right. Yeah.
people got very wary of me, man. So they voted me out, and I was like, "That's how you're gonna do me? After all I've done for you?" I was like, okay, cool. And then eventually, I turned on everybody, and I started, I point my shotgun at you, and I shoot. I was like, and then eventually, it turns out that it was my partner. My partner was the bad person, but since I was sabotaging, right, and I was basically she was getting away. She was getting away with murder. Eventually, everybody died. I got killed by my team members. I got a mutiny. they they killed me, right? And then the zombies overtook us. It was funny.
I was watching something kind of like that.
Yeah, I think Dead of
I think
Winter
it was a Yogscast or
is the
something.
game, right? And I think it's a collaborative, like you
Oh
play
yeah.
Dead of Winter, yeah.
Yeah, no, they were playing that. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I was like, oh man, but I was like, nobody ever expected that somebody was just like goofing around, but man, they voted me out. They voted me out of there. All right, let's see.
Another fun one was it Phasmophobia? That looked pretty good.
What's the
I've never played it, but it looks pretty fun.
is there a one for shogi as well?
Yeah, let's mess around on Shogi for a little bit.
All right, what's the website? Let's see.
So that one should be Lee Shogi.
All right, so this one is what? This one is home. This is onlinego.com. Look, that
Yep.
y'all getting free promotion. Go to onlinego.com to learn how to play Go and be a master of the arts.
Yeah, that's the if you do like get serious about learning it, there's a bunch of content on that
No,
website
no,
too.
for real. Like I actually had a lot of fun. But I like learning the game because now when we implement it in Minecraft, like it'll be easy
Yeah.
to translate, right? Because you actually
Yeah. Now you
understand the
have an
game.
idea.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you see what I was saying though, right? Like it would be kind of complicated for Redstone.
No, it would be, but in Java,
Like you could
it
probably do it, but
it's gonna take a
with
lot of
modded, yeah.
yeah, it's gonna take a lot. In Bedrock, it's gonna be almost near impossible, but not impossible. It's just
Right.
a lot of
Yeah.
like the machine is gonna be massive. Like
Yeah, it would be big.
the only way I can think of doing it is to basically do it like inch by inch, right? Like
And
change the
Redstone's really
measure
bad in Bedrock too,
exactly,
because
but
like the
changing.
you can lose signal. So if the machine's too big, it'll actually just break because the signals can't transfer over chunks. Uh, it's a major flaw of Bedrock.
Oh, so that's why you can't go far.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had okay. So let me give you an example about a way that I use for transportation. And I guess it was I guess since now you're talking about chunks, I did it in a 64 by 64 area. So I guess if you divide that into four, it's like what, four chunks of 16? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it's four chunks. Yeah.
So that means that that's why the stuff wasn't updating because since it doesn't update by chunks, that means that the all that
Right, eight
time that
chunks.
yeah all that time that it takes for the cart to move from one area to another, it actually has to render all that, and that's why it takes so long. I see. So it's like explaining as far as explaining the mechanics of how the game works.
Mhm.
Does that make sense though? Like so because the chunks don't load properly or they don't load as quick, it has to do it. It actually takes more time, which is inefficient. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's like
Well, and it also, if it's too big, it'll just not work. Like half of the machine will turn on and the other half just won't, depending on where you're standing.
unless you had unless you had more people to run it.
Right. Yeah.
You would have to have multiple players standing and rendering those areas so that way when the signal travels right, but it's inefficient.
Right.
But do you
Well,
know
because
what
Bedrock's only four chunks.
but you know what sounds cool though? Five
Hmm.
players, right? Standing in five different locations in order to activate a machine, right?
Oh
Opens the
yeah. No, I thought about it.
opens the door, right? So that means that you need five players, kind of like think about like Squid Games, right? I think have
Mm.
you seen Squid Games?
No. No.
Okay,
No.
so but there's a part where it's called the hide and seek, right? And here's what they don't tell you. They don't tell you that there's three different keys. They don't tell you that all the doors have different holes, right? The players have to figure it out by themselves, but they're not given this information, right?
Yeah.
They give the opposite team a knife, and then they tell them, okay, you got 2 minutes, hide. Once you open a door, right? I think it's like once you open a door, um, right? I'm guess I'm crap. I was supposed to say spoiler alert.
It's all good. I'm probably not gonna watch it.
Okay,
It's a little
cool.
too
All
violent
right,
for me.
but no, yeah, no, but like I don't mind watching Squid Games as long as it's like the edited version where they remove all the violence. Like when you go on
See
YouTube,
that? That I could probably
yeah,
watch.
no, on
But
YouTube, I usually stick to YouTube, right? Because YouTube cleans up, like, like obviously, there's what do you call that? There's AI, right? There's stuff that's kind of like generated, so it's kind of like you can stomach it. But if you go on YouTube and you go on the Netflix part, right? They show you the games without all the violence.
oh, okay.
Yeah, so without seeing all people shooting whatever, they show you all the games and just the fun parts. So, but the what the rules is like you have to tag a player, right? And I was thinking about like how would you implement that in Minecraft? And I was like, okay, so that means that you would need three people standing on three different what do you call that, like positions, right? That would read
Hmm.
and say, hey, if there's a person here or if there's a block here, send the redstone signal. And only when you have all the redstone signals, right? Which in our case would be a plugin, right? We would build a plugin to
Right.
say, hey, is this block here? Did they do what we asked them to do? Okay, great. Open the door, and then all of them would go, and then you would get like defeat the boss, right? And then you would get like a massive zombie, right? Huge in size, and it would it literally takes like five players to fight it because it has like 40 hearts.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
No, that's
that's
kind of like the skyblock thing I'm messing around on. There's bosses like that in it
okay. Well, that's an idea that I guess we'll go through and do. All right, let me see.
for the MMO
Yeah,
kind
yeah.
of.
Let me.
Which, like, I do think we should make like a heavily modded, uh, like just surviving in the world should be tough.
I mean, I was totally into that world that we made. You remember the one that had the wands, and it would
Hmm.
give you a dream, and then right. So we can pick up and start doing working on that after this.
Well, that's the idea, right? To
Yeah.
like eventually move on to fully modded
No,
stuff
exactly. Yeah.
because I like the better backpack mods and like you were saying, the magic mods are real nice and
Yeah. But
there's
now
a lot
that
of things that I like,
no,
but
but what I started doing is like I started using tools to develop it myself. That's what I started doing. I wanted to know
right.
what the
And see, that's
works.
more what I'm trying to do. Like I
Yeah.
want to build a server that we make all the mods for. So we can run Geyser and we can have everybody connect.
Actually,
Uh,
let me see. I should be able to show, right? You want to see that Minecraft, the Minecraft plugin that I was making, really quickly?
uh, show me that tomorrow.
Okay.
Like, let's do a couple games of shogi
All
real
right.
quick, because
Show me the
I
shogi.
gotta crash pretty soon.
Oh, perfect. Yeah. All right. Let's see. Where do I go for shogi?
So it's Lee Shogi.
Lee. Wait.
I'll send you a
Shogi.
thing.
Here. Let's see. Okay. No, I spelled it incorrectly, but I found it. All right. So LISHOGI.org.
.org. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. See, you guys getting free
Whoops.
promotion. Okay, so I also have to make an account, or it would make sense to have an account, right? To track our progress.
Yeah, I would make an account.
All right. So let me
There's
see.
not as many people that play shogi as there are Go.
Well, then that just means that more people need to get, informed that there's a game that we can play, so more people will play it. All right. Let's
Well, a
see.
lot of it was like the AI hype, right?
Oh, so most of this is
Because like,
AI.
well, Go had a big promotion because like the AI got so strong, and then the best player in the world in China beat the AI. So it was like this historical moment because like they had it playing on the sides of buildings, like everyone was watching
Oh,
over
I
there.
see. I see.
It was a big deal. But so that created a lot of promotion
Oh,
for
but
Go.
look, this is open source. The shogi is
Hmm.
free, really, an open source.
Yep. Now, that's why I was
So
saying with modding, like we can add this to
Minecraft.
Minecraft.
Okay, yeah, absolutely. Let's do this. Yeah,
Like it's
and
all open source,
it's a
right? So
it's a it's a plan. Yeah, but all these pebbles, all these pebbles get they get what do you call that obviously credited for their work. Look, you guys can go in
probably
here
even
and
add like
donate.
poker and stuff, right? Like card games and stuff.
Yeah, this is
Have
sick.
like a whole game suite.
Yeah, no, this is pretty cool. All right, so let me see about making an account real quick. Let's see. All right.
So shogi is a lot more like chess, like Western chess.
So I gotta register. Let's register. Obviously, we're gonna choose our own password. We always used to have this person always messing around at work, and always would say like inappropriate stuff. Like he'd be like, "All right, we need to make a password. What's the password?" And we'd be like, "All right, a password is gonna be." Uh, I was like, "Give me what do you do?" He's like, "Shipping." I was like, "All right, so we're gonna say ship one, right?" But then write it in like code, like codify it. Let's say let's come up with a
That's a good way to do
password.
it.
Yeah, they always just say like inappropriate stuff. He'd be like, "Eat the floor 1,000." I was like, "Eat the floor 1,000? What does that mean?" Whatever, man. It's dirty.
Right. I try to use like whole sentences typically because it's not so much like
Oh,
what's in the password, it's more the length. Like you want really long passwords.
okay. Yep. I forgot to read this real quick. All right. So we should probably. You know what? We're gonna behave. All right. We're gonna behave. We're not gonna do no weird stuff.
Mm,
We're gonna be good people. All right.
sounds like a plan.
I have an account, and let me see what I have to do. Is it the same mo, right? You send me a challenge, or do I have to send your friend request?
There should be a friend request thing somewhere.
Okay, let's see.
I haven't played on here too much.
I think it should be the same thing, same concept, right? Is your
It
name?
should be.
Name is the same thing. No. Oh, not found. It didn't
Oh
let
yeah,
me.
no, I have a different name on here. It's Kifi Kifu.
How do you spell that? Let's see.
One second. I'm seeing if maybe I can invite you.
Yeah, send me an invite here. Fruit Ninja. I guess I'll check later. I didn't even being the
Um,
first time that I ran. I'm not even looking. I'm not paying attention to the socials. Right. I'm just focusing on just doing the content. So I guess I'll look later to see if anybody's actually even watching. But
oh, true. Yeah.
yeah. So here, look. There's an area here to learn how to play. Right, and it's kind of like the same concept as OGS, right? That it has areas where you can learn how to play. That's pretty cool. Let's see. I see. You learn the shogi basics. Current games. This is pretty cool. Oh, look, and it has the board editor, huh? Interesting. What does that do?
Yeah, I think that's for setting up like puzzles.
Oh, that's pretty interesting. Look, so it actually. But I think the way they move the pieces, like move. Yep. I've seen this. I've seen them playing it on Naruto Shippuden.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that this is the first time I've seen them playing that. But I've never actually thought to play it up until now. But here we are.
Here we go. This might be.
Okay. All right. Cool.
I don't see where I can add you. Oh, maybe search.
It says challenges. Let's see.
There we go. I found you.
Okay. Cool. I mean, cool.
All right. How do I?
Okay. I think you have to go. Yep. That makes sense. Play with a friend. So you have to
Is
create the
there a
challenge.
way to?
There's okay. When if you're looking at my screen, it says challenge someone. So I guess it's easier for you to search me than for me to search you, unless you send it on Discord and I'll find it. I'll just copy it straight.
All right, I'm giving us max time for everything.
Okay, it's you know what? Right now we don't want notifications to bothering us. Okay. All right. Perfect. Yep. I guess this I would have to edit that part in, but like when Squid Games they do like red a circle for or a circle for yes and the X for no. Add the little music. Okay. You play as goat. Goatee?
Yeah, you're Gote.
Oh, gote.
That's
Gote.
and I have Sente,
I
which
forget
is the
that,
initiative.
but in Japanese, the vocals sound like you're speaking them in Spanish. So, gote.
Mm. And like with Sente, it kind of depends on the context, but sometimes you'll drop it'll be like there's a word for it in Japanese. It's like a breathless H or something like that.
Oh,
I
okay.
don't quite remember. But
Oh,
instead of like Sente, it's Sint. Like I don't know how to describe it
no, I
really.
got you.
It's a subtle thing,
Hey, the good thing about this is that we learn about culture, right? We get smarter. So, at some point, we'll actually go ahead and look. Put it on our to-do list. Maybe somebody that's watching is gonna be like, "What's this?" and Google it and get smarter. Maybe they can comment on about
right?
this, right?
And then they'll come back and tell us, and then we'll learn something.
Yeah. Hey, and then that's definitely. I'm all about what I'm not. Maybe I'm not saying. I'm not gonna say fan service because that's the thing. I think that's something else. I'm all
Yeah,
about.
that's something else.
Yeah, I'm all about suggestions. So if people have suggestions, they can put it in the comments, and then we can try to create content that's good for people to learn. All right, so let's see. So
I should explain something. So you've played Western chess, yeah?
uh,
With like the king,
I've
queen,
yes,
gambits,
yes,
all bishops and whatnot.
yeah. I'm a little bit fuzzy, but I'm
All
assuming
right,
that
so
all of the pieces in the front are you can only move them front, and
right,
they to in order
no diagonal.
no diagonal. So if it's all straight, then okay. So that means that if I
Yeah,
move this piece, it goes front.
and those are your pawns. You can only ever have one pawn in one row at a time, which will make sense later.
Okay, I see.
So those are your pawns, and then you have uh, your bishop-like piece, which for me is on the left, and then on my right is the rook piece. So like you see where I moved my pawn, how that diagonal is open to that piece,
Yes, and that would
like the big piece
be
there.
you're
That moves like a bishop
you're talking
in
about
Western.
six or right? You're talking about six. All right, so
So it would be 8-8.
okay, eight.
Yeah, my piece at 8-8.
Okay, I see. Gotcha.
That piece moves like a bishop, so it can only go diagonal.
So the same thing as mine can go right here. That's what you're trying to do.
Right, you
Okay,
have one as
I
well.
see.
Yeah.
Okay.
We only have one of them though.
Well, no, I got you. But because I mirrored your move, then that means that it would be this piece right here, the one I'm pointing to.
And so the pawn that you moved is next to your rook. That's your castle, like in Western chess.
Okay.
Uh, it can only move horizontally. Well, and vertically, I
How
guess.
about
Like
you know
no
what?
diagonals.
Let me tell the engineer, which is me, to basically that when you're explaining it to actually reference the pieces, and then I'll just mark them and I'll put like edits, So say this one right
right?
here.
This one. And so a lot of learning shogi is just recognizing which piece is which. So like remembering that the pawns look like that is big. And then so the piece in the middle, you see it's got like the three lines
Yes.
with the line through it.
Mhm.
That's your king.
Okay.
Um, the two pieces next to your king are your golden generals. And they have an interesting move pattern, which I'll get into that in a second.
Okay.
And then next to those, you have your silver general. And then next to that, you have your knight, which moves the same as the knight in Western chess. It's a L shape.
Okay.
Um, and then next to that, you have your lancer, which is like like jousting,
Yeah, the dude
where
with
they would have like the big lance on the horseback.
okay.
That's what those are, and they can only move forward, but they can go across the entire board.
Well, that's good to know.
And then yeah, they're really strong. Um, the gold generals are probably the strongest for defending. They're hanging back with the king, and usually that's where they stay. They're like his bodyguards,
Okay.
kind of.
What about these guys
Uh,
right here? The ones that are in the intermediate one. Did you skip those?
uh, which ones?
So you have the pawns, right? The first row is the pawns, and then you have the second row.
Mhm.
There's two pieces that are just chilling.
So that's your bishop and your rook, which I don't remember what they're actually called. I think one of them is rook, and then the other one is it's something
Oh,
else.
okay, so they move diagonally. I see, and then this one
Mhm.
moves. Okay, that's actually pretty cool that the pieces themselves actually tell you, where you can move if you're not really sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so like the gold ones, they can hit the three in front of them, and the what is it? The three in front, the two beside, and the one behind. But their weak spot is their diagonal from the back. And then the silver, they can hit the three in front, the two diagonal behind, but not their sides or their back. So their
Ah.
weakness is on the horizontal and vertical, but the gold's weakness is on the diagonal, which is very important later on. Um, but so basically in shogi, the first like 40 moves of the game are setting up your fortress. You want to set up an area that's very hard to attack, that you can also position a good like way to get through their defense. Or there's a word for it, but so basically you want to get set up. So I'm gonna do what's called the golden. It's a golden fortress opening,
Okay.
which focuses on getting the king in the corner and surrounding him with bodyguards. And it takes like 15 moves or something like that. So I'm gonna just start moving through it.
Okay. All right. So
Go
based on
here.
what, yeah. All right. So I'm going to analyze what you just said, and then I'm gonna try to counter what you're doing. That's my so giving that.
So you're
Yeah. No. That's gonna be my approach. So I'm gonna watch what you're doing, and as I watch what you're doing, I'm gonna learn from what you're doing, and then I'm gonna move my people as well. All right.
yep, yep, yep. In general, you don't want to cross that middle line until like move 40 or 50 sometimes. See, now my formation is complete, more or less. There's one more move, which is this one. And this is just a set sequence that I memorized. There's a couple ways to get into it, but this is the formation.
Okay.
You have the two gold generals like that with a silver, and then you have the bishop thing on the bottom there. That way, when I do a move like this, that's threatening to take your pawn. And because I have my gold general there, if you were to take my pawn, I could take your pawn. And then I could use the pawn that I captured.
I see.
It's a whole thing.
Yeah.
Because we haven't got into it yet, but shogi has a drop-in mechanic.
Shots fired! Shots fired! They made a move!
He's on our side now. Shogi came about when there was a lot of like turncoat type stuff going on. It's like a lot of mercenaries and stuff, people changing sides.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, we're gonna move this up here. Let's see, bring the knight out. Now my knight is directly threatening your bishop piece.
I'm mostly trying to just familiarize myself on how the pieces move.
No, I got you.
Yeah. All right. So now that
While you're figuring that out, I'm trying to murder your pieces too, though. So,
no, I know this. Let's see.
those two pieces are like your commanders, I guess. And then you have your generals, right? Oh, and pieces can get promoted too. See, like when I take your bishop, I can promote and see how it turned red.
I see.
So when you get across enemy lines, you have the option to promote. And so now instead of moving like a knight with the L shape, it moves like a golden general. So I can attack the thing directly behind me, the three things in front of me, and the things beside me. Yeah, that's a good call. Yeah. And now, like I was saying with the drop-in mechanic, I'll wait for you to see it. So I'll move here.
Okay.
So if you click on the piece that you captured,
Oh, so now
I
I can.
wouldn't necessarily play it right now,
No, now I can.
but
So what do? I captured this person, and now it's basically saying you're a POW. You work for me.
yep, yep. Now it's your piece. Uh, he's going to work for you. He's going to fight on your side.
Okay, I got you.
And you can drop him in anywhere you want, but you don't have to. So a lot of times, what the kind of strategy that comes in into game is you'll get a couple pieces that you just kind of sit on. Like if you can get a silver general and a gold general captured, you can drop those two on a king with the right timing and just win the game.
I
So it's
see.
kind of like you get these like combos set up,
I see.
which is why the Golden Fortress is like my favorite opening. Because see, at this point, I can start moving uh, my generals to the center of the board where all the action is. And it's real easy because they're all positioned. And my castle can just kind of freely move around. It's a great opening. I like it. And so a lot of times, because you can only put a pawn on a spot that has no pawn. So because you took my pawn in that row, I can take one of the pawns that I've captured and put it right back. So a lot of times what you'll get into is like this trade where, because pawns can't go backwards, right?
Yeah.
So you would need to now defend that pawn or take my pawn. But if you take my pawn, I'm going to take it with my general, right? So that's a thing that comes up a lot in shogi. Yep. And then let's see.
Okay, I'm trying to see. Okay. Oh, it's your turn, right? No wonder.
Mhm.
I was like,
Yeah,
it
I'm trying
won't.
to figure out.
I was like, it won't move.
I think I actually want to bring this right here. Oh yeah, the lancer. Move that there. Yeah, see, this is a strong formation because I have the silver one, which can only go backwards diagonally, but then it's being backed up by the golden one,
Hmm.
so it's very strong. And normally what you'll do is you'll take the silver one and you'll use that to mount an attack, which you're a little too heavily defended on this side. But I can start with something like something like this maybe. See, now we're entering into like the mid game. Oh, there's the friends list down there at the bottom.
Oh, I see it now.
So when this one gets across, it becomes a red dragon. Now it can move diagonally and horizontally, vertically. It basically became a queen from Western chess.
Mm, I see.
I dodged you. Oh shit. Run away.
What's that song? Cause you're in too deep.
Oh, I do have a move though.
I know
I can
you're
go right.
hey, you're in there. You're locked in.
Yeah, no, I'm in deep. Like this is
I didn't even
like
think
I'm
you.
on a mission though.
I didn't even think you get that far. But look, you did it. You
We
got
going
there.
for it.
Yep.
It's like some James Bond shit.
All right. Let's
Like
see.
one man on a mission.
Okay. Oh, I can't put it there. That's why.
Yeah, there's a pawn there already.
Oh, this can only move forward. Ain't that about a bad word?
Yup.
I was like, here I was counting that you could go that way, but no, you can't. And you can't go that way either. So that means that if I don't move that guy, that guy's gonna go here. I'm in some doo doo.
No, he's completely trapped.
Like, oh yeah, I'm in some dookie right now. So I have two choices. I have two choices. I can surrender and hopefully that upon your mercy that all of my guys will work for you, or I could or I could go fighting. I can go out dying.
Well, it is a red dragon that's like torching your keep right now.
Well,
So,
yeah, I know. So I gotta figure out what the hell to do. All right, let's see.
and the one thing interesting is, I think it was one of the pros in an interview, maybe, or a book that he wrote, maybe. But he was talking about how in shogi, the king is a fighting piece. It's actually one of the strongest fighting pieces in the game. Whereas in like Western chess, the king is a weakling. Like he's got to be looked after and protected by the queen, who's like the big bad, like, she's really the one in charge. You can tell it was made by like the English or whatever.
Yeah, because
Uh,
he can only move one piece at a time, or right, one block at a time, or
mhm.
I mean, he can move
Well, so
whenever
in
he wants.
shogi, it's the same. He can move in any direction, only one space, right? But because of the other pieces in shogi, that actually makes him incredibly powerful because he can always get into the weak spots of all the generals. So if a king is versus a general, the king is always going to win because he can just outmaneuver him.
You know why I've survived this long? Because I've seen Naruto, and I know that guess what? As long as the general know as long as the king knows that he's got his generals next to him, he's all right. He's not that
Yep.
worried. But he's like, oh shit, they
And
killed
the
my
cool thing,
general. Oh snap! I'm gonna start worrying now.
I just remembered what the thing was in Naruto. So his dad was into him how uh, shogi is like their village, or it's like the will of fire or whatever in the village, because in shogi every pawn can become the king. So like you can start from being just like your everyday dude, but as soon as you get across enemy lines, you get promoted to a gold general. Like you're up there. Like
Do you remember the forever getting? It was a person that hadn't mastered being a ninja, so they never got promoted.
yeah,
They never got promoted past being like a private. But they knew everything. They were a master. They just didn't know. And that person stayed back, and then because of that person, I think they lost less casualties. They didn't win the war, but but a lot of people were saved, right?
yeah.
I think it's like there's a show right now that has something like that. It's like 59 died to save one.
Yep.
He's like, damn, a lot of people died that day. I mean, I get it. Everybody was like, oh snap, Phil's dying. Let's go get him. But I was like, everybody died that day. It's a tragic moment. But people don't understand that. Like, guess what? It's not about the quantity. It's that what was that movie? A Black Hawk Down. Like, it doesn't matter if you have to like one piece is important enough for you to send two or three other pieces to go save that piece.
Yeah.
I remember I had gotten back from like a training op, right? Where it was like refueling, and I came back
Hmm.
and there somebody was interviewing, Marines that either went to combat or whatever like that. And I was like, and when came up to me, they were like, "Have you been to combat?" And I was like, "Oh no, I haven't. I haven't been to combat yet." He's like, "Oh, so," and then they asked me, "Is like, oh, what's something that I guess you would give? What advice would you give other Marines?" And I was like, let me think about this. I said, I think the only advice that I would give somebody is that if they were going somewhere where they would be in harm's way, right, is to take it serious, right? Because by taking training serious, right, you develop good habits, right, and that could mean the difference between three of us coming back or somebody coming back in a body bag. So I'm like, um,
Yep.
and then I was trying to, yeah, and I was trying not to get like, like saying, like somebody from the team didn't make it, and I stumbled upon my words, and I was like, "What would you say?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know, I don't remember what I said, but it was basically that there's no second chance in life, right? Like, something happens to you because you made a mistake, right? That's something that you have to live with, right? So it's important, for you to to beat, to when you're training or when you're playing a game, right? That each pawn is just as important as the king, right? I think that's also that something that he was trying to say. Like, who's more important, the king or any piece? And then just like you said, like everybody's important. Doesn't matter if we lose
Yep.
one piece, one loss is too much, right? And that's what most
Well,
people
it
don't
changed his
understand.
whole way of playing, right?
Yeah.
Because, and like honestly, when I was first getting into chess, like that's what changed my mindset too. Like this was before I knew about Naruto and all that, but I studied all the like Western chess grandmasters when I was a kid because I was like really into chess, and I realized that everyone's looking after their big pieces. They want to protect their queen and they want to like protect their rooks and like those are the big strong pieces. So I started protecting my pawns, and like I would sacrifice my queen to take out their pawn, and it like blew people's mind. Like, what's going on with this dude? Uh, but I would win because like I knew that that would give me the position that I needed because like the pawns, like it was a whole thing, dude. Uh, and like I really leveled up and I became like a grandmaster. Like I could fight the grandmasters now even. I was watching one of their streams maybe a couple months ago, and I knew the moves that they were playing. Like I knew how to counter them. And this was another grandmaster. Like he was fighting in the world championship with like 100 other people worldwide. You know, top pro. Uh, and like I made the move that his stronger opponent, read out, and I read it out as fast as she did. And she's like one of the best in the world. She's like top 10 worldwide for good reason. Like she read that shit out quick, like faster than me, and she already knew. Like, uh, and I'm pretty fast at it, but like I could still compete with them. And I haven't played Western chess in maybe 20 years.
I actually have a set that my partner gave me, and I started playing. I was like, I have it up there. I should probably pull it out, but I realized that that's also something that we can do is we can play chess with pieces
Hmm.
and pieces in Minecraft as well. All you gotta do is just pick the blocks and then move like we're doing now.
Well, I'm even thinking something like so there's some mods like Greg Tech and Tinker's Construct is another one, and of course like Create and stuff like that. But you can build these big things. So like there could be an actual Go chessboard that you could interact with. Uh, and you could even like switch the game. So if you wanted to play Go, you could switch it to like Go, or if you wanted to play Shogi, it would like transform the block into like a Shogi board or whatever. And it could project a hologram of an actual board. Like, there's some crazy shit you can do, dude. Like, we've just started messing with the mods, but we can do some really crazy stuff.
And you sound like you need some sleep though.
Oh yeah, no, I'm getting kind of loopy.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. You start. I'm not. You still make sense, but you sound like you're like delicious bed. Here I come.
hmm
All right, let's
No,
see.
it's getting there. I've been up almost 24 hours, I think. Yeah, roundabout. Which is good. I'm fixing my sleep schedule, so.
Oh, that's good. So yeah, just drop in on the your schedule in there in the headquarters, and then we'll figure out a better time so we can, you know, match up. I guess when you're sleeping, I'll prepare materials that we have to do or whatever,
Mhm.
like not scripted stuff, but like ideas that
Well,
we can carry
so
out.
kind of the kind of idea that I was thinking is, we set up the SMP and I'll set kind of the tone and kind of explain like why we're here, what we're doing, and then that'll kind of set everyone on a mission, more or less. Because narratively, in like the Pathfinder game, uh, we're all there for a reason, right? Like we were sent there on a mission from the Queen, so we're on like official Empire business. Um, and so I think that could be good because then, we'd all be working together to kind of build the town, and we can kind of go from there. I was thinking we could do like little mini adventure things, like say we need to go gather like dark oak or something, right? That could be a whole adventure in Pathfinder too. And I can like roll for random encounters as we're going through it and stuff. Like I got a whole plan for it. Like if you guys are down, like
And
we can
that's
play
what
some
I that's
Pathfinder.
that's what I want. But I think I don't know. I'll have to check with Fire just to make sure that we're all on the
Well,
same page. Yeah.
and not everyone has to play that way too, right?
No,
Like if someone
exactly.
wants
Yeah.
to log in and just build, like that's fine too. But
That's what I was
people that
saying.
do
Yeah.
want to play Pathfinder, like I'll play some Pathfinder. As we'll play Minecraft and Pathfinder.
No, no, yeah, that's exactly what I want to do because, like I said, I'm pretty sure there's a lot of people that are still sour that the end fight either happened or didn't happen, but they were
hmm
sour that they had to wait for like 3 hours, and they're like, dude, we prepared for this. Like I was like, he's like, I took time off. Somebody was like, I took time off to be here,
Oh damn.
and I was like, damn. I was like, all right. Well, I was like midnight. I was like, that's kind of pushing it. I was like, I'm sleepy. I'm like,
Wasn't wasn't I remember reading something where like they weren't gonna progress or something. They wanted to do it as a server, but like slowly. So like that
yes,
would be a
yeah.
big thing, right? Like if
It's
they've all been waiting.
oh no, dude, there was like 25. There was 25 people on the VC. It was like and 25
Yeah, no,
people on
that's
the
a whole raid.
on the server, yeah. And I was like, I would have loved, I was like, what I thought about doing is just logging my character on an AFK, just so I can record the
hmm
fight, right? Because at that point, replay, I just use the replay mod, right, and just go to where they're at if I have permissions, right, whatever. That's what I thought
hmm
about doing, but I was like, I'm not actually gonna be there, right? It's not gonna be the same, right? It'll be somebody else's content, which is great, but I was like, my heart's not in it. I was like, I don't know,
Right.
and I know if I do it like that, I'm just gonna, be like sad that I missed out. So I'm like, I just won't do it. But I was like, next time, I was like, we'll come up with this quest, and I was like, I came back, I logged in, and I got a bunch of people like that they want to do the quest stuff, right? So there's people out there they want to participate. Yeah, I just got to round them up. That's all it is. Got to put the word out.
See, I need to get to know some of the was it the lake house? I've
Yeah.
only logged in there like once.
No.
I didn't see anybody, and I wasn't sure where to build. So,
No.
and then I found the ancient city under there, and it was like, oh man.
Yeah,
Uh,
whenever we get back on track, all we have because usually what happens, I think I have to find out when they log in, but they log
well, I
in.
want to PvP with them.
Oh,
So,
there's somebody that
uh,
said the other day, it was like, I'm here to fight your strongest player.
I'll bring it.
and I
Like,
was
I'll
like,
wreck it,
and I
dude.
was like, I was like, man, last time I played with a Java player, like I was bouncing around, like this
Look,
person.
I've never done PvP in Minecraft, but I
No,
promise I will destroy them.
I'm telling you that I think I hit the ground one time and I got like headshotted, like like it was crazy, like headshots, like all
When you,
headshots. Yep, I was bouncing.
yep.
I was a ball. Like my Minecraft character hit the ground one time, a five hits, a 5 hit combo.
Now, see, that's what I want. That's another thing on the Skyblock. Um, there's like a whole PvP thing. There's like a war zone that they created
Okay,
where like everyone that's logged in can go to the war zone, which is like this massive PvP dimension. And there's like events and like special vendors there and stuff like, and then there's dungeons where you can like group up with people and do dungeons. There's the dragon fight. You can do like different the dragon has like different mods to it. So like one of them will be defensive, another one will be like explosive or something like that. Uh, there's like a whole bunch of stuff, but PvP is like big on that server,
I
and there's
actually
like
I have a
always a
video.
hundred people.
I have a video of this other place that I did PvP in. I'll show it to you just so you have an idea. But it's basically we had somebody had built this big arena, and then he was like, "All right, everybody line up," and then everybody lined up, and it was like, "All right, everybody's here." I was like, "All right, this is what we're gonna do. We have the bracket. Everybody does a bracket. They do PvP, right? And then at the end of it, like whoever gets knocked out, right, they eliminate." And then they did that. We did a tournament. It was pretty good. Like it was
Oh,
just players just coming in there and just freaking, they're like, I'm
I
shooting
said mess with that.
shooting arrows, right? I'll send it to you in a few. I'll send it to you. I'll find it.
Yeah.
I'll find it and I'll send it to you. But it's like I think it's like a 1 minute video, like really short. But it shows like everybody doing PvP with each other, or I guess like not everybody. It just shows all the people that were there that showed up for the fight, and all the people that were going to compete.
Yeah, I
Let's
was
see.
always real big on PvP. Uh, I like the co-op stuff. Like I've been a raid leader and all that. Um, but I really like the competitive nature, which is why games like Go and Shogi and chess and all that 1v1 type stuff I really like.
Okay, I think I'm toast. But let's see. Yeah, I lost all these
Pretty
pieces.
much, yeah.
Yeah, I'm toast. So we're just I'm just right now. I'm just gonna see what I can do.
I have a lot of pieces. Let's see. So we'll start with
I'm gonna be aggressive. I might not last long, but I'm gonna be aggressive.
same check.
Oh wait, it doesn't. Oh wait. Okay. Whew. I
And
forgot that it only
check.
moves is yeah. It only moves one block. That's horrible.
And
I need you to fly.
check.
Yep, and then
hmm And then
check.
check.
I'm going out fighting. No, you can't. No, and at this
You have
point,
to take it with your gold general.
nah. let's see. Oh, I do. Wait, let's see.
Mm.
Oh, got you, got you.
And then this should be checkmate.
And that's the end of it. Sent,
Yep.
sent, right? Sent.
Sent. Yeah.
All right. So
Or
let's
it's like
see.
sente.
Sente.
But you kind of drop the accent at the end, so it's like sente. But it's like you still mouth the sound, but you don't make the sound.
Sent.
So like yeah, like sent. Yeah, 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 yeah.
Hey, see, we learning some new languages, right? Maybe it's one
Oh,
word at a time.
getting that Japanese. I
Yeah.
actually know quite a bit of Japanese. A lot of anime
Well, yeah,
and watching
I
Go and
I
stuff.
understand like phrases, like and I can say a word here and there, but I'm not gonna butcher the Japanese language today. But I'll probably practice a little bit and then I'll try a little bit later. But I do say
Was it
I know how to say some words. Like
Omewa no Shindatsu?
I think I can say uh, either what is your name or my name is this. I think it's like
Mm-hmm.
um, watashi wa and then my name
Ona Ona
nandes and then something nandeska, right? Which means that is my,
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
which this is my name.
Ona is a great one. It's like Ona.
Yeah,
It's basically
yeah.
It's like saying
The other, let's
Yeah,
see.
I learned that one.
I used to be able to tell and like the taxi driver like, hey, please go to the left or please go to the right. Like it was like, or I live.
Was it
This is where I
Migi?
live. Yeah,
Migi, right?
Migi,
Migi? Yeah,
Hidari. I think it's Hidari is the right.
Hidari. Yeah.
I used to tell him I was like, taxi san ichihachi. Arigato kudasai, which means
Yeah,
319
yeah, yeah.
319
Oh,
uh
nine. That's what.
yeah 31 it was 319 thank you, please and thank you.
Yep. No, I caught all of that except for the nine.
Well, I might be wrong. It might be 313, or I have to see what hachi means.
No, you were right. Hachi might be five.
It's like 313, 315, one of the three.
I definitely caught the 3-1 though, because I was thinking it's Ichni-san, right? For the 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Dude, this has been great, man. Learning all sorts of languages, right? Learning just
Yep.
history, culture. This is great.
That's good stuff. Go and Shogi were actually like part of the government's funding because it's like a cultural. A long time ago, the kind of rulers of Asia decided that protecting things like that is important. So even though like everyone was fighting with each other and like they were killing each other, they still wanted to preserve like the artistic side of their culture. Like all of them did. They didn't want that part to die out due to war and shit. So it became like a part of like the government funding to keep like go shogi tea ceremonies, that sort of stuff going even to this day. Like it's still part of it's like an official part of the thing. I actually have an official ranking in Japan
Uh,
for shogi.
I mean, you don't think about it right now, but technically, right now, I mean, if we even have any viewers, whoever's tuning in right now is actually learning from this right now. So at least I can go back, like I said, and review this, right?
Well, yeah, like it's there, right? Like
hmm
that's the good thing about it.
Yeah, so it'll be look, just to even to review, we did OGS like online dash go.com, and what is it,
The OGS.
laishogi.org.
Yeah, those are the good ones. There's a couple other ones like KGS. We didn't do that one though because you have to install like a Java app. It has a little extra step to it.
Okay.
Uh, but I actually prefer playing on there because the people are a little more upfront. On OGS, the elo is really weird. So you hit a point where, like when I was 5Q, the people I was fighting were like, I could fight someone that was my strength, but then I could also fight someone that was like, I could play a game like we played with 9 handicap stones like that, and I would still lose. They were that the strength level was that different, but our rank is the same because there's not a
Okay.
lot of people on OGS, so it's really it's hard to tell how strong your opponent is once you get into the higher single digits. Uh, which KGS is a lot better about that. It has a lot more spread for my rank around the 5Q range. So, and from what I understand, it's pretty much always been that way. So, like anyone new to go, like that's once you hit like mid-range single digits, that's the place to play.
Hey, but you know what? That film is coming out. That new. It's funny that we were talking about that. There's a. I think it's already out on Netflix right now. It's called The Match.
I think that one, I think that's about Lee Chang-ho, if I
Yes.
remember.
Yes.
And he's like one of the, I think he's still alive actually.
Yeah.
He's like one of the pros. Uh, he may have retired. I know one of them retired. One of the like top pros retired recently. It
Yeah.
may have been Lisa
I
Doll.
think what I'll do is like I'll find the link somewhere and I'll link it into the description so people like can see it. But the movie's on
You said it was
Netflix.
the match, right?
Yeah, it's called The Match. It just released. I think I'm not sure how soon it released, but it's on Netflix right now,
Yeah, Lee
so you
Chang-ho.
can check it
Yeah.
out. Yeah.
Yeah, he's good. I've studied maybe 100 of his games, and like I could still go back to him and learn things. Like it's so good.
I mean, that's the beauty of it, especially when you have film where you can actually see, like, dude, I get, what is that called? Chicken skin. When you're watching a match, right? And you're like,
Yep.
you're in the game, like you're in their game, and you can feel the tension. You're
Oh,
like,
dude, it was crazy. When I first started playing Go, like I would get like almost panic attacks. Like it was really weird. Uh, and it wasn't even like I still don't really understand what it was. Maybe it was like uncertainty, like being unsure that the move that I made was correct or something like that. But uh, I realized it doesn't really, it's not really about whether it's correct or not. You know, I had to change my whole way of thinking. Um, Go is a phenomenal game. Like I highly recommend it for anybody and everybody because
yeah, I hear you with that. I think what was that game? It's called the Last of Us. And I think when it
Mhm.
came out for I think it was like it came out for PS3. I remember having it for PS3, but then it came out for PS4. They remastered it again. But I remember when Part Two came out, like, and that was like when the storyline was like getting like pretty savage. But um, the whole point I would always say to my partner, it's like, don't take no unnecessary risk. I'm like, if you change your whole mentality, right, on how you play the game, you're gonna make level-headed decisions, right? Like for example, like something simple like throwing a magazine, right? So you create some noise, right? And then you sneak up behind them, and then you do the sneak attacks. But those type of moments right there is like what makes the video games. And I think that when you get so embedded within the storyline, right, that it's like you're living it. Does that make sense?
Yep. No, exactly. That's why I like RPGs because like you can kind of get into it, you know. Especially with like Pathfinder and like role-playing games. Like that's my jam. I like just going to other places, you know.
All right. Well,
I'm excited too.
no, I'm excited too. We've been streaming for like what 5 hours.
Right?
So
That's the thing too. I
yeah,
should be
no,
streaming too. That way, like, we'll both have it.
no, that's fine. But yeah, like so what I'll do is because we can probably be here all day, and it's a lot of stuff to go through, but we'll cut it short here
Mm,
so you can get some sleep, and then
yeah, I need to get some sleep,
when
and
you come back, what we'll
we can
do
mess with
is
the video editing and stuff.
exactly, yeah.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yup. Yup.
All right. Well,
All right, brother.
all right. Well, I'll
I
talk
will
to you
catch
later.
you later.
Cool.
Yup. All right, late.
Later.